Fire Emblem Engage!
Unlike Fire Emblem Three Houses, Fire Emblem Engage launched with its hardest difficulty, Maddening Mode. And despite my intense love for the series, I haven't actually tackled this mode yet. Mostly because on my first playthrough, I really wanted to experience the story and the characters more without the looming threat of pain. Secondarily, because I'm a baby. For a long time I've been talking about returning to the game. So, welcome to Fire Emblem Engage Maddening Mode. Now, I will be having the first 3 chapters in the prologue go on in the background. They don't change much between the different difficulties, they're just explaining break, engaging, effectiveness, all the basic mechanics of Fire Emblem. Except for break, which is new. But anyway, I want to use this to explain what is Maddening Mode and what we'll be doing with this run of rules I'll set for myself. So, what is cloud gaming? What is Maddening Mode? When you first play through Maddening Mode, it does force fixed growths upon you, which basically means every unit's growths are going to be fixed, for better language to use. A unit with 50% strength growth will grow 0.5 strength every level, meaning basically get 0.5 strength every other level, but that's with every unit. It's not like, I guess they wanted to make sure the game was possible, whatever. It's fixed. You'll be getting reduced XP and less skirmishes. Reduced XP doesn't really matter much. There's usually enough enemies that you get enough XP. There's so many fucking reinforcements in the game, XP isn't really a problem. Skirmishes don't really matter. Not doing those. Meh. Improved AI. This one's special. They've changed the AI so that there are more enemies grouped up. They'll attack you in bigger groups. They'll target your units better. And in most cases, they won't attack you if they do 0 damage or have 0% hit. I say in most cases because there are ways to get around this that I will be using in this run. Lastly, of course, stronger enemies. That's kind of like the whole point of Maddening Mode. I mean, if the enemies were the same strength, you'd just be hard mode with fixed growths. It doesn't really change anything. This background sucks, but text looks bad on it. So here are my personal rules for the run. I'm going to have my units try and use a different emblem every map. This is inspired and taken from another Fire Emblem YouTuber's playthrough, Mecha's Vander Maddening Mode playthrough. I like this mechanic. I think it gave a lot of variety in what the units could do and how they were used. So I'm taking it, and I'm using it. Now, I will break this sometimes, purely because I'm stupid. And I would often forget what emblem I had on the previous map, and either I was currently recording, or I didn't want to go look at my previous recording. That's the only way I break this rule, is literally just forgetting. That's it. But for the DLC, I will be using Nell and Madeline, mostly because I wanted to see how they matched up to the rest of the units. I do find Nell's Dragonstones interesting, Nell and Rafal's Dragonstones interesting. I really just wanted to see how they matched up, how they would be in a playthrough, even if it's maddening. I've also set the rule that they're the only ones allowed to use DLC emblems, so that way I can actually use the DLC emblems and not just kind of put them to the side and be fucked. The exception is that emblem and DLC maps, I will allow anybody to use them because those maps are hard as hell. And don't worry, this doesn't make it easy. I will still get screwed. No DLC classes. I never planned on using the cannon, the magic cannon, because I thought it was pretty good and I didn't really want to introduce that until playthrough. The enchanter I did have some ideas for, but I didn't really find a place for it, so I just gave up on that. The update, the heroes, and the expansion bonuses are fine. The update and the heroes bonuses everyone gets, so those are just really fine. The expansion bonuses, it's just one of each stat booster, and the second one is like some silver weapons, 30k, and some manuals. So like I take the 30k, and I don't use anything else, and I don't see a problem with that, honestly. No inheriting DLC skills. It does say some exceptions, see Index 8. I will be showing you Index 8, but for the most part, like 90% of the units will not be getting, actually probably like 99% of the units will not be getting DLC skills. They are very good. There are some that are very, very broken. Not using them. I'll also be doing the Xenologue off-screen, the Fell Xenologue, to get now Madeline and the rest of the units. After doing it after Chapter 11, if you know, you know. I'm not playing the Fell Xenologue Maddening again. I'm not. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Also, that's not the best reason, but the real reason is that it's the same every time because the units are set, and I don't think it's that fun to watch when you can literally just go look up a maddening playthrough of it, and the units are the same every single time. So it's not that fun to watch, honestly. Index 8, Favoritism. I like Etier. I also like Madeline. They're gonna get whatever the fuck I want to give them. I'm not going to make them like completely overpowered, I was gonna give them every skill in the game and all the SP and whatever. No, that's not really fun. Basically that means that they're gonna be more favored for stat boosters, and that's about it. It's just basically saying, I like them, I'm going to favoritize them. You cannot stop me. Yanaka 2, she's already the best unit in the game, so meh, don't worry about it. Now I will be giving ETA Madeline Star Sphere from Tiki, which is plus 15% every growth, and that does seem very good. But you have to understand this is maddening mode, which is fixed gross, which is plus 1 stat every 10 levels because it's 0.15 to every skill growth. For example, spit of a flashbang here. Here's ETA from base level 4 Archer, level 14 Archer. You can see she's only getting anywhere from 0.9 to like 0.15 additional skill. Not skill, because skill is a stat, but stat level. It's not gonna make them completely busted unless I gave them literally 100 levels. However, I will be honest, ETA is going to be the best unit in this run. Not because of favoritism. I gave her like maybe 2 speed wings and a Draco shield. She's just that good. No, I'm not biased. Shut up. Anyway, now, since we start off with Marth and Sigurd, I may as well go and show you Cindy's definitive Fire Emblem Engage emblem tier list. Trademark. Co. Limited. Electric Boogaloo. Extravaganza. 2. So, starting out with Marth. Marth is kind of the definitive emblem. There is a reason you get him first. He's got good skills, break defenses, divine speed, perceptive, unyielding. Low Star Rush is one of the better engage attacks in the game, especially on a Leer or Dragon types in general. They get extra attacks. The problem with Marth is his weapons are okay. Rapier, obviously, effectiveness on armors and cavalry, very good. Mercurius gets double XP, very good. And you have Falchion, which is effective on dragons. He is very good, but he's not broken. And S rank is reserved for emblems that change the game in your favor to a point where they are basically necessary. Marth is amazing, don't get me wrong. If you can break an enemy, you can do up to 4 attacks, but your damage is halved, whatever. He's still very good. Very good avoid, very good damage. The issue is, he's not very good on units that can't break. Like, Low Star Rush, don't get me wrong, is very good. But what does that matter on a magic unit or a dagger unit? What does that matter on a staff unit that doesn't have the most attack? You're going to be doing 0 times 7 damage. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Marth's bad. He's very good, but he's restricted. That's why I'm putting Marth in A tier. I'm gonna sound like one of those tier list YouTubers. Now for Sigurd, I'll be honest. Sigurd's one of the best emblems in the game. Not because of his kit, not because of his engage attack, but because he gives every unit in the game Canto.
I'm sorry.
I know they call it Canter. I don't give a fuck. A Canter is a fucking enemy from Fire Emblem Echoes and Fire Emblem Gaiden. Sigurd gives Canto to every unit in the game. It's only 2 spaces, or 3 spaces with plus, sure. But having Canto, period, is one of the best abilities in this series. Not only that, Sigurd's kit is alright. Momentum is a free plus 10 damage, or if you have the plus version, it's a free plus however much damage you have move. Momentum is very good. Override is very fun to use and very good against lines of enemies. And enemies love to line up if they're like reinforcements or just in a certain pocket. Override is very good. The Rider's Bane itself is very good. It's one of the better effective weapons in the game, honestly. Because you have the regular Rider's Bane. But then you have Sarah's Rider's Bane. And then you can Rider's Bane Override, get a whole line of cavalry units either immediately dead or just weakened. It's very good. Sigurd is a very good emblem. And honestly, I could put him in S tier just for Canto. But with all the other stuff, he is clearly an S tier emblem. And that's why I'm putting Sigurd in S tier. So, we're finally on chapter 4. Now, I'll be honest. I can't show everything in a chapter. Some of these chapters later will get up to 2 hours, and I'm not uploading 24 hours of me playing Fire Emblem Engage Maddening, because that's just not feasible for a video. But I will be posting the uncut full recordings on a different channel in case you want to use them to sleep or something. That will be linked in the description. Of course, we're still early in the game, so they can't change much with the enemies and the actual gameplay itself because you don't have that many resources to actually do things with. Chloe and Louis still need to survive by themselves for at least a turn or two. So if they made the enemies much more powerful than they were, that just wouldn't be possible and you just were not able to get those units. So it's still close to hard mode. Of course, enemies are a bit harder, but again, not many resources can't alter the game much. As for this map, the houses have a javelin and some gold in them respectively, and it's a fairly easy chapter because again, not many resources, we have to get through it with just what we have. However, we do also get the Celica ring, so let's talk about her. Celica is basically the only magic emblem you get in the base game. Of course there is Micaiah, but she's staffed by emblem. So, for being the only magic emblem in the game, I think Celica does it pretty well. Seraphim, effective on Corrupted, very good. Echo doesn't seem very good at first, but if you're weakening units regularly, you can use it to kill 2 units with 1 unit, which is honestly pretty good. Of course, Resonance does give free damage, though it's not the best because you're taking your own damage as well. Whatever, she's okay. But for being the only really magic emblem in the game, I gotta put Celica in A tier. Also, Warp Ragnarok is pretty good for movement, but like I said, easy chapter, get out of it pretty fast, nothing much more to talk about here. Okay, chapter 5. This chapter is probably one of the hardest in the early game. There's a lot of enemies, you can get overrun very easily. There's 2 chests you want to get with a thief going after them. It can be pretty intimidating and pretty tough if you do, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I gave Louis Sigurd for this map because honestly, this is probably the point where Louis shines the most in the game. He doesn't take much damage from enemies, and with Sigurd, he's going to be able to move a lot. I also, just real quick, made bond rings with Marth and Sigurd, so that way all of our units have at least some stat buffs here and there. So how did I do this map? Well, I sent Louis at it. Like I said, he just kind of destroyed it. No, what I did is I sent Louis up the left side, used Override to get in front of the thief so he couldn't get the treasure, and then used the rest of the units to slowly take out everything around me before I could get the treasure and then break that wall. Breaking the wall, I'll be honest, was the wrong decision. I'm fucking stupid. And I got a bit stuck. Now, the treasures have an Armor Slayer and Obstruct. Armor Slayer, not really useful right now. Obstruct is one of the best stats in the game. It will get you out of a lot of hard places. So what I did is I broke that wall and tried to obstruct enemies, kill them as they came to me. It's not a good idea. What you should really do is once you get the treasure, walk back the fuck down, open the door, and fight the enemies from there. Because you're going to have a lot less enemies immediately, and you're not going to get overrun. If you break the wall, you have a lot of a thin area to go through, and not only will the enemies start crowding you, the boss will start crowding you. And it's not easy to get around. I almost had to reset the map because I almost ran out of time crystal charges. That's entirely my fault. I was greedy. I was impatient. I should have went back to the door. Whatever. I did get out of it. Like I said. I did get out of it, like I said. I didn't have to reset. But I really should have gone down to the door. I think at this point I didn't really know what Maddening had in store for me. And this showed it. Chapter 6 is our first Fog of War map in the game. You do have an Illume Staff you can use, and Alir and Unaka are on their own. Luckily, they give them very easy enemies to fight. It's mostly the bottom group you have to worry about because as you progress, the enemies will turn off the lights and they will ambush you. It's going to be hard to see. Go ahead. We do get the best unit in the game though, Unaka. Unaka is a thief. She poisons enemies. What's poison do in this game? Not what it usually does. Poison in usual Fire Emblem games just ticks down your health a little bit every turn and only lasts for a certain amount of turns. In Engage, it's a bit different. Engage Poison gives every unit that attacks the enemy bonus damage, with 1 stack plus 1 damage, 2 stacks plus 3 damage, 3 stacks max plus 5 damage. It is one of the best mechanics for the player in the game, though it also can be used against the player. Unaka herself, like I said, one of the best units in the game. The perception of her has gone a little bit down as the time goes on, but I'll be honest, the game is much, much easier with her present. She has the Covert subclass, which means she gets double avoidant terrain, she has good speed, and for the moment, she has good strength. She will teeter off on strength eventually, but for now, it's just fine. As we kill that first enemy, we also are going to get Micaiah, who is the staff bot emblem of the game. That makes her sound bad. She is not bad. Micaiah is an amazing emblem, purely because she is a staff bot emblem. And when you're engaged with her, not only do you get extra staff range, you get extra staff use range, meaning every staff you use will activate in a plus formation. Every staff you use will activate in a plus formation. You want to silence 5 enemies? Go ahead. You want to use Obstruct and get 5 Ice Crystals? Go ahead. You want to heal 5 of your allies? Go ahead. And as for her inheritable skills, of course she gets Healing Light, which is, Live to Serve, if you know what that is. That's not what I'm talking about, though. She gives Staff Mastery. Now, on the surface, this might seem kind of mid, right? There's Tone Precision, there's Knife Precision, whatever. Those skills are all right. Staff Mastery gives Staff Accuracy. But this isn't Thracia. Healing Staves don't miss. So what does that actually matter? Well, have you ever tried to hit a silence on a magic enemy? The enemies it's meant for? Because it's not easy. Staff Mastery gives staff accuracy, meaning you're going to get 100% accuracy silences. You're going to get 100% accuracy sleeps. Sleep? Freeze. Sorry, I forgot that there's no sleep in this game. You're going to get 100% accuracy fractures. All of these attack staves are going to have 100% accuracy. So Staff Mastery, I think, is kind of underlooked in this game. So Staff Mastery is going to be very, very good later in the game. It will save my ass multiple times. For now, though, she just gives stats to an extra unit. And since we only have Frame as a healer, that is actually a pretty good effect. Making any unit you want a staff bot, I mean, what am I going to say? You need healing. Sure, it might not be the best if you're just bringing other staff units along, but just having an extra staff unit wherever you want, whenever you want, that can also engage, and then Great Sacrifice to heal every unit you want to max health. Micaiah is a very, very good emblem. And that's why I'm putting Micaiah in S tier. Now, finishing off Chapter 6, like I said, Fog of War, it doesn't matter much for Unaka and Alir, especially if you keep them back a little bit. You should be wary of your bottom group. You might have to use some time crystals to rewind if you get ambushed. Just beware, move slowly, make sure you're taking care of enemies rather than running away from them. The problem with this map is the boss. The boss, I think they really wanted you to use the poison mechanic on him. He has a bit too much health and a bit too much avoid, though. And I did have some issues with him, primarily because of the terrain and just him being a bitch. I had to cut him around a little bit. Of course, poison him, weaken him down, use engage attacks. He was a little difficult, I'll be honest. But of course, I had healing. I had a lot of units. It wasn't impossible to take him down. It just was a lot of chip damage, a lot of kiting him around. I won't say he went down with no issues, but I will say he went down. Okay, Paralog 1. I have to apologize. I did lose the footage for this chapter. I think what happened, and this happens a few times, is that I paused my recording and didn't unpause it.
I'll do my best.
Like I said, am a dumbass. I apologize, but I'll be completely honest, this chapter is really fucking easy. You grab John, and there's not a lot of enemies. It's just, you just kind of do it. Like, I don't know much what to say about this chapter, especially because I don't have my footage. But it's really not hard. There's not... Most because of the enemy density. I know I had a Lear with Sigurd to kill a few of the calves and hold a few points, which was very easy, especially with momentum. She just annihilated the calves with Rider's Bane. And there's a surprising amount of terrain that you can use So didn't have any issues at all at this chapter, from what I recall. I did grab the House Leader emblem before this map. They call it Emblem Edelgard, it's the House Leaders, whatever. Now, the House Leaders and Tiki are the 2 DLC emblems I will be allowing me to use whenever I want, mostly because that's my rules and that's how I want to play the game. Also because Tiki is mostly a support emblem and the House Leaders is really fun to use, and I think it's funny. I will be going over them next map, mostly because I lost the footage for this map, and I apologize again. But like I said, this is really easy. The Ana Paralog makes you want to move fast. And honestly, you do. If Ana gets revealed by the Armor Knight, she is most likely going to die. And I actually did have a reset. Well, not a reset. I think I went back a few turns because of that. The way I did it is I sent Louis with Sigurd again straight for Ana's chest and had him stand in front of it until I was there. The map isn't very hard. The enemies come slowly. They don't come at you in groups. You can beat them one at a time until you get to the chests. It's mostly the middle and the right chest that are important. The middle chest is Ana. The right chest is a Master Seal. You're going to want that Master Seal. And you're going to want to make sure your units are split evenly, because if one side sucks, that side is basically dead. Or they can't get to you. Or you're fucked. On one side, I had Yunaka, Etie, Fram, and Louis. Of course, Louis split off, go straight for the chests. But this side was pretty easy. The other side, I had Alir, Saline, Vander, and Chloe. This side needed a bit more help than I gave them. Alir, again, kind of sucks. Saline and Clan, kind of interchangeable, but they didn't really do well. Vander did okay taking hits. And I gave Chloe Edelgard, so she did alright. But like I said, this side needed a bit more help. But it was fine. I got there in the end. Ana, not going to be used in this run. She's okay. Actually, fun fact, my original run, I turned her in Swordmaster and had her grind gold for me. That was pretty fun. Yeah, in this run, not doing that. Not doing that at all. As for the boss, it's supposed to be immobile. Not in Madden. A lot of bosses in Maddening aren't immobile. If you get in their range, or you can somehow aggro them with a far-off attack, they will aggro you, and they will run at you. And this can be very good, because they often run off their avoid or healing tiles, which makes them easier to beat. A lot of the bosses in Maddening mode are easier than they are in hard mode. And you're going to see this a lot. It's a common trend in this playthrough, that bosses you would have trouble with in hard mode are much, much easier, which is very surprising to me, especially considering how hard Maddening can be in 3 houses with some of the bosses. The bosses in this game are often jokes, and a lot of the times in my script what I put is boss is a joke, enemies are hard. So we'll see how that turns out in other maps as I explain them, but like I said, the bosses aren't going to be that bad. As for the House Leader's emblem, I want to go over that now. This emblem's kind of disgusting. I'm gonna give you a little example. Not only do you have the gambits, which of course change turn per turn, but the gambits themselves are very good. Claude poisons the enemy you attack and every enemy adjacent to the enemy. Poison, I've already explained, is very good. Edelgard sets the enemy you attacked on fire as well as the terrain all around them. Fire is very good in this game, fire terrain I should say, is very good in this game, because it halts enemy movement a lot. Not completely, but a lot.
Damn you.
Dimitri gives you the shield gambit, which just nullifies the first ranged attack you face, which is also very good. You can just put your unit in range and they just take 0 damage. Gambit's amazing. Where they really shine though is the combat arts. When you engage with them, you get 3 combat arts. Atrocity, which doubles the might of the weapon you use. Fallen Star, which allows you to dodge any attack that you're about to receive after you use it. And Raging Storm. If you don't know what Raging Storm is Edelgard's combat art in 3 houses. For durability cost, you can move again. There is no durability in Engage, so as a trade-off, you use the amount of turns you can be engaged. It uses 3 turns to use Raging Storm. And sure, Amir doesn't have that much accuracy, but even if you miss, you can still move again. So that's one move. Then there's Mechanic, which if the DLC emblem is adjacent to the emblem from original Engage that it originates from, so for the House Leaders it'd be Emblem Byleth, they get their Engage Attack Plus. And for the Houses Unite, which is the House Leaders Engage Attack, for Houses Unite Plus, it lets you move again. So that's a second attack. Then you can dance them with your Dancer Sea Doll. That's a third attack. Then Emblem Veronica, which is one of the DLC emblems, has a engage ability called Contract, which lets you attack again, but you can't move. That's another attack. Then you can use Goddess Dance with Byleth to make 4 units adjacent to you move again. So that's another attack. Then you can dance them with Seadoll again. That's another attack. Then you can contract them again. That's another attack. This emblem can attack 9 possible times in a turn in the perfect circumstances. Sure, you're not gonna have those circumstances all the time. It's really hard to make those circumstances. But the fact that it's even possible for this unit to attack 9 times is insane. No other emblem or unit combination can do this. At most, you can do like 4, I'd say. I'd have to, it's probably not correct. I didn't think about it that hard. But just having 9 possible attacks is disgusting. Of course, they have weapon sync, which is one of their sync skills. If you're using the same weapon as the house leader you're engaged to, you get plus damage. And when you're engaged, no matter what weapon you're using, you get the bonus. Weapon sync's pretty good. The 3 relics you get, Amir, Akhibar, and Failnaught, they might have low accuracy, a questionable accuracy at that, but they have high might, which makes Houses Unite very good. The House Leaders is an insane emblem, and in every circumstance you can find yourself in the game, it will have something to help you out. And that's why I'm putting the House Leaders in S tier. I gotta stop doing that. As we kill the boss of the Ana Paralog, like I said, not very hard, especially since she moves off of her healing tile. You just gotta get there. The hardest part of this chapter is saving Ana. As long as you use Sigurd, you can get there in like 2-3 turns. So we're finally on to chapter 7, the bridge map that thankfully has no fucking potholes. This map again seems intimidating, but a lot of the enemies on this map are immobile until you reach them. So you can take it slow, or you can take it, I won't say fast, but you can take it at your own pace, because the enemies aren't going to all come at you at once. Now you are probably going to want both Etier and Alchrist on this map. You get Alchrist automatically, he's force deployed, but Etier as well because there are sets of flyers on the top and bottom. You're going to want them split up. You will most likely be able to one-shot the flyers with any bow. They have low defense. Effectiveness in this game is very good. It shouldn't be that bad. There is a bit of a smash tutorial at the beginning of this map. Even though smash weapons are kind of ass, they do push the enemy you're attacking 1 step back. The only reason why I like smash weapons is because when they're on enemies, they're really fucking easy to kill because they're heavy as hell and you will always attack first when you use them. Or when the enemies use them even. Like I said, the map isn't that bad because the enemies don't come at you all at once. There are some maps later where the enemy density is so bad and they attack you all at once, I cry. I literally cried myself to sleep. No, I didn't. But still, it's bad. I do also want to point out Micaiah's dagger here. She has a steel dagger with a Micaiah engraving on it. Micaiah engraving gives a ton of avoid, and combined with Yunaka's already very good avoid, there are often times where she has 10% hit on her from enemies. It's just a very good combination, I should say. There are lots of heal tiles in this map. So you can either bait the enemies off of them, force them off them with smash weapons like I taught you. But again, this is maddening and they like enemies moving towards you. So once you get in their range, they'll mostly move towards you. Or you can, again, bait them with 3 range magic or however you want to bait them. Once you get to the end of the map, you're going to fight Hortensia. And at first, she doesn't move, which is very good, considering she's a boss. But if you aggro her group, she will start moving after you. And she can't get terrain bosses anyway because she's a flyer. She will all for one you with Lucina. Sadly, are actually good for the player. All for one sucks. And your Hortensia has no strings, so it shouldn't matter. You can kill, I think Rosado has a steel axe, kill him for that. Hortensia has low defense, not very hard to kill. You can get through this map pretty easily.
Claim this victory.
Taking the lead. Understood. I'll strike you down.
Now for chapter 8. You may notice ETA is on a fucking horse. I was supposed to record the promotions, but I didn't record most of my preps because they take me like an hour, so I'm indecisive. So ETA promoted into a bow knight. I gave her lances because axes have low hit, and swords don't have 1-2 range because I suck. And ETA also, you might notice, has like 4 magic at the end of the game. She has a 0% magic growth, and most of her classes have 0% magic growth. So, no magic for her. Also, Lapis is a hero. Lapis is just a very, very good unit when you get her. She might fall off a bit later in the game depending on how you use her. I think I gave her a few energy drops eventually, so she didn't fall too far off. I also forgot how to use her at one point, we'll talk about that later. But she's just very good at this point in the game. Immediate promote doesn't even matter. Even better than DMI in my opinion. Initially, I did split my team between the 2 sides. I put Alcris on the Ballista to get rid of a few of the flyers, and the flyers are a big problem here because they will fly over the ramparts. That's why I have ETA on one side taking out the flyers, and Alcris taking out flyers with Ballista on the other side. I do have an issue with a few of them getting past and killing Citrine because Citrine has no defense and no speed. I took care of it. I think I just blocked Citrine off and they couldn't get to her. You basically just need to defend this map until Zelkov and Kagetsu come and fight you. Once they're gone, it's very easy to get to Ivy. Again, a lot of the bosses in this game are magic units with low defense. I don't understand why, but they're like, let's just use magic units for all of our bosses, and they'll have 5 defense, and it's very good. It's not very good. Also, they gave Ivy the Leaf Emblem. They gave a magic unit, probably the most physical emblem in the game, aside from, like, Marth, maybe. Granted, Leaf has the light brand, but I don't even think they gave it to Ivy here. So, like, the fuck is the point? She is very easy to defeat. She will eventually get in range of you. Don't worry about it. Just beat the shit out of her. Like I said, low defense. Doesn't really matter. Chapter 8 is a defend map. But for better or worse, it's one of the easiest defend maps I've ever played. You also get the Roy emblem on this map. Now, Roy is an interesting emblem. Not in a good way. When you're engaged to him, he has Hold Out and Rise Above. Rise Above gives you extra levels. Hold Out means if you're above a certain HP level, you will survive on 1 HP no matter what. Those are 2 very good effects. However, Roy's weapons are dog shit. His engage attack is kinda dog shit. And his inheritance, kinda bad as well. He gets the Lance Reaver, the Worm Slayer, and the Binding Blade. I don't know why the fuck they gave him the Worm Slayer when the Binding Blade's entire purpose is to be effective against dragons. But whatever, don't listen to me. Fucking whatever. Roy is... I say honestly he's better on your frailer units because they will hold out. I know I put him a few times on Citrine and Hortensia, basically because I wanted them to have hold out in emergencies in case I put them in range something I didn't realize or whatever. Other than that, he's not that good of an emblem in my opinion. I will say there are no bad emblems in the game, and I will reiterate this later because it's important to know. There are no bad emblems in the game. It's just that Roy isn't broken. He doesn't give your unit that's on him that much to do other than survive, which is pretty easy for most units on the front lines. Hold Out, again, very good. Rise Above, pretty good. It's just, they could have given him, like, more to do physical-wise, and they didn't. And that's why I'm putting Roy, I'm done with this. That's why I'm putting Roy in B tier. TLDR, this is a defend map. Defend until the enemies thin out, especially Zelkov and Kagetsu. Then, when Ivy shows up, you can either bait her out or she'll just approach you, beat her up. She's got low defense. Pretty easy.
Here I come. My apologies.
Okay, it's time for the Tiki Divine Paralogue. This map is based off of Chapter 14 of FE3 and 12. And first things first, take your goddamn archers. All of the dragons on this map except for Tiki are weak to bows. They're all flyers. Not only that, the longbow is very good because the dragons have 2 range, and there are some priests that will freeze you, and they're out of range except for the longbow. So take those and start killing. I also promoted Louis here to a Great Knight. He was just really good at defending all my units. I didn't plan on this originally. I really wanted to get up to Louis. And this actually did hurt me later because I had a plan that I couldn't do. I did figure it out, but you'll see later. So the mechanic on this map is that you have to unlock the other rooms. You go down the middle first, then you go down the left, then you can fight Tiki on the right. There's also a lot of treasure on this map. There's a warp staff, a rewarp staff, a rescue staff, some gold, and a physic. Now I won't be using these staffs in the main story until I actually unlock them in the main story, but I will be using them in the Divine Paralogs because they actually want you to use them at some point. And by that, I mean there's a silver card on this map you can only get with a warp or a rewarp.
Pretty weak.
In the place where the secret shop is in the original game, there is a silver card. I'll be getting it. I'm not sorry. It's 30% off. Money's not really hard in this game. You also see a lot of these ice tiles on the map. If you stand on them, or start your turn on them I should say, they give you +3 move. That also accounts for other enemies. So check ranges. The dragons themselves do a lot of damage, and some of them inflict status on you, which is one of the reasons why I said bring the longbow. They will hurt, and they will do a fuck ton of damage. There are some times where I had not the right unit in range, and they just got fucking annihilated. Or if I had a unit alone, they got fucking annihilated. So bring your longbows, bring your archers, beware of dragons' ranges, especially when they reinforce from the bottom, because they will reinforce from right into the entrance of the temple. So beware of that as well. Tiki herself isn't that hard. 2 of her weapons, the tail smash and whatever breath she has, I think it's fog breath because she's a dragon subtype, they're very heavy. And I think they both count as smash weapons, so it can be pretty easy to double her. Of course, Eternal Claw isn't as easy, but she really likes using smash weapons. So once you get to her, just use 2 range. She will transform into a dragon and will give her extra stats. But they really accounted for that, and they made her other stats kind of low, so just like, use 2 range. She's not that bad. Like I said as well, Tiki is one of the 2 DLC emblems I will be allowing any unit to use in the main game. Reason for this, again, I just enjoy it. She's a very good support emblem, and she doesn't change that much, making you pretty OP. I will be splitting her actual use later, but it's just fun to use. And just let me do what I want.
Whatever it takes.
Strong.
It might surprise you that we're doing Chapter 9 now, and it surprised me as well, because I wanted to do all of the Divine Paralogs in a row. But I realized for the plan that I had that, again, didn't end up working, I needed Chapter 9. I wish I had known that at the time. Small changes, we gave Alir and Etier both Kanto, Ram gave Healing Light, and Etier, of course, also has Scarcia, and we talked about that earlier. Now as for this map, it's pretty easy so long as you divide up your teams well. I did give Diamant Celica, which might seem like a weird decision considering she's like the only magic emblem and he is definitely not magic. But I used World Ragnarok turn 1 to get him to Jade very, very easy. Because again, she can die. This is maddening. If you don't get to the green units fast, they're going to fucking die. Aside from that, I actually gave Sigurd to Amber and had him go down pretty far ahead, which ended up pulling Zelkov, which in turn pulled Kagetsu, because they, I guess, act as a group. I needed to kill them first because, of course, I don't want them interfering with when I kill Ivy. I did get a little overrun with Amber on the bottom because I did, again, extend a bit too far. But with Sigurd and he was already engaged, you could just run away. The 2 big groups down there are pretty hard to fight, especially if you give them the forts, so just don't give them the forts. Or pull back enough and the forts won't really matter. They are armors, so magic just kind of annihilates them. And there are a few magic units, but magic units aren't that hard to beat if you just punch them. So they don't have any punching units. Just stab them. Nothing much to say about this chapter, which I feel like I'm not saying a lot about a lot of these chapters, but early game chapters aren't that hard, honestly. Come later in the game, I'm going to have paragraphs on paragraphs in my script that I have to say because the chapters hate me. And honestly, this map's kind of small. It feels like it's half the length of the bridge map, and the enemy density is less than the bridge map, so it's, again, not very hard. Ivy herself is actually going to aggro you if you're in her range. So just put a high-res unit in her range, and she has no emblem equipped, so it's, again, why do they keep putting magic units as bosses that have 2 defense? You just stab her. It's not that hard. While we're here, though, I do want to go over both the Leaf and Tiki emblems. As for the Leaf emblem, he's kind of deceptively good, definitely bad, whatever the wording is. He's very good engaged, because that's when you get adaptable, and that's when you're going to get a lot of weapons. I don't think there's any unit in the game that can have all 3 axes, lances, and swords. And that's really what you want because adaptable will let you change as you get attacked. And of course, thankfully, Leaf gives those. The issue is, adaptable is only when you're engaged. And you only have those weapons when you're engaged. As for Arm Shield is pretty good early on. But once you get into the late part of the game, that damage reduction is not doing much, honestly. Just reducing, like, what is it, 7 at ++ isn't going to help you out much. His weapons, too, are kind of ass.
Let's see you dodge this.
The Killer Axe has low hit, and its might isn't very good for what it's supposed to be doing. The Master Lance, though it's a brave weapon, it has, like, 55 hit, which sucks. And the Light Brand just, I don't think it does what it really should. Especially if you're putting Leaf on a physical unit like you should be, they're not going to have high magic. Light Brand should use your attack and then attack res, but they didn't do that, and it just kind of sucks. Which makes quadruple hit kind of ass, because even though you're attacking with 4 weapons, the might is kind of shit, and a lot of times you're just going to be doing 0 × 4. The good thing about Leaf is his inheritables. You can inherit Arm Shield, and you get build plus from him. And a lot of the characters in the game have pretty low base build, and a lot of classes have pretty low base build. We use a Griffin Knight later, and they have 6 build. And I use axes on that Griffin Knight. So they're getting like -20 speed from certain axes because their build was just ass. And at least giving them some build allowed them to use the Iron Axe and just basic axes without getting minus speed, or just at least just -1 or 2 speed. So he has good inheritables, he has good engage skills, but his weapons just don't back it up. So Leaf just isn't the best emblem, which makes me very sad. And that's why I'm putting him in B tier. Tiki, on the other hand, is just a very good support emblem. He gives +3 defense and res to adjacent units with Geosphere. He gives a lot of stats to whatever unit she's engaged with. Very good inheritables, though they might cost a lot. Her weapons are okay. The different breaths you can have do good damage, especially to units that you're not directly attacking, because it does like spread damage. She just has very good skills. Her best thing is Divine Blessing, which she gives a revival stone to any unit you use it on. That is very good, and that will save your life on many occasions. The reason why she's not going in S tier is because she doesn't change the game completely in your favor. She'll boost up 1 unit if you're engaged, but she's restricted to her weapons, and she's good at supporting minimally to units adjacent to you. Sure, you can spam out like Divine Blessings. Yeah, you can do that if you want. It's kind of boring, but you can do it. But she doesn't change the game completely in your favor unless you do that. And the units that are going to go, or the emblems I should say, that are going to go in S tier are completely broken. House Leaders, 9 attacks, Sigurd, Kanto, they're just amazing. And Tiki is good, but not amazing. And that's why she's going in A tier.
I had no choice but to win.
Whatever it takes. I won't fall here. Father.
the Crom and Robin Divine Paralogue, based on Prologue and Chapter 23 of Awakening. Now, quick changes here. I did change Etia to the Warrior class. This is the class I wanted her in originally. I just needed to be a promoted Bow Knight to actually get her to this class. I also end up giving her a Speed Wings, the boots, and a Secret Book. Like I said, she's getting favoritism. Don't worry about it. For this map, you need to destroy all 3 crystals at the same time, and then you can actually kill Crom and Robin. The bad part is, when you separate your units, if they're separated a certain amount, there's a certain algorithm that the game looks at. If they're separated too much, then Crom and Robin will trigger
Please
a flood.
forgive me.
And it'll flood the map with water tiles, and water tiles give you -30 avoid. So try and keep your units as together as possible when you're defeating the main force of enemies, and then try and destroy the crystals. You can hurt the crystals, but not destroy them. That's what I did. I damaged the crystals and didn't destroy them until the very end. There are a lot of immediate enemies that are going to hurt you, and there's some very good reinforcements from the back and from both sides that are pretty high speed, and they will hurt you. The first group of enemies you fight, there's warriors on one side, lances to the other. They're pretty easy to take care of. The armors as well have a lot of great weapons, which is very fun because that means I can just send a weak unit at them that's magic, namely Citrine, and she'll double them and kill them before they even kill her because they can't fucking do it. They can't move. They have great weapons. They attack last. It sucks. Why do they do this? It sucks. Reinforcements can be overwhelming if they're not planned for, or if you don't see them ahead of time, and if you're not grouped up. Because again, the map wants you to separate. So try to put off separating it for as long as possible.
Excellent.
Usually the emblems you're fighting have 2 health bars. They gave one of Crom's health bars to Robin. You do have to kill both of them. But Robin is a magic unit, lower HP. He does do a lot of damage, but lower HP. Crom as well. You might be able to get him to step on a water tile, because by the time you fight him, you should have the water tiles. And as long as you're crowding him, there aren't many enemies at that point. You should be pretty fine defeating them. This map isn't as hard. I actually think it might be harder in Awakening, because there are a lot of really good enemies in that map, and the enemy density comparatively, enemy density in this map in Awakening is a lot.
Your orders, please. I must end you.
Figured out my plan?
Hector Paralogue. This map is based off of Chapter 30 of Hector mode in FE7. The only FE7 map in the game, fun fact, that might sound weird to you, it is. I did give Yunaka, Louis, and Lapis Kanto. Before the event, I'm going to try and give every unit I'm using Kanto. I won't be able to give all of them, so we're going to have to do that later. But Kanto is the best skill in the game. Give it. In my opinion, only the North chests matter. One has Dragon Shield and one has a fuck ton of money. The chest on the bottom has an elixir. I will get it.
Won't let this go to my
It doesn't really matter. Isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's an elixir. It's might be an antitoxin. I don't remember. I didn't care. I literally didn't care. This map also has poison vents, just like the original. Unlike the original, poison is a lot different. It will just poison your units. It won't do the damage that it does in the original game. Antitoxins are your friend. Restore is your friend. Take it. I take the north path on this map because I want those treasures. I'm greedy. You can take the west path. It will leave a lot of enemies, and I don't believe they'll come at you until maybe Hector's triggered. I don't know. I didn't take the short path. Mama didn't raise no bitch. I took the north path and fought a lot more enemies and got the treasure. I did have a little sticky situation with extending too far with Etia Sigurd because a thief was running off with my fucking treasure. I'm not letting that happen. Luckily, a great sacrifice and some better movement from, I believe it was Yunaka, saved Etia, didn't have a death. I do recommend moving a bit slower on this map, because no matter what path you take, enemies are going to come up behind you, and you're going to want to take those out before you move too far ahead. Once you get to Hector's corridor, you're also going to take out the enemies in that corridor, because Hector is going to need your undivided attention. You basically need to kill him with magic. He has way too much defense. You'll see in my kill of him, I'm doing like 30 damage per magic attack, and 2 damage per physical attack. It's insane. Poison will also help you a lot. He can be poisoned. I think every boss in the game can be poisoned. But make sure you take some magic units, unless you want to just sit there stabbing a brick wall for a few years. I did also, sadly, as I was about to kill Hector, get 4% crit. Luckily, I don't think I used very many time crystals at all, but I got 4% crit. I want to point that out because fuck you, game. Fuck you. Let's also go over the Crom emblem over here. The Crom emblem, I'll be honest. Realizing it now, all of the emblems in the DLC are magic focused. I think it's because they realize every single emblem except for like Celica and Micaiah in the main game are physical focused, but every single emblem in the DLC is magic focused. Even Chrom, because Chrom gives plus 10 magic when you're engaged to him. Because remember, it's Chrom and Robin. Plus 10 magic is a fucking lot. He also gives Rally Spectrum, which is insane. You don't even need to be engaged to use Rally Spectrum. Like, Byleth's Instruct, you need to be engaged to use. Rally Spectrum just gives plus 3 to every stat, no matter who is engaged to, and you just have to be synced to use it. You don't have to be engaged. You get Brute Force, which is an okay skill. It improves the power of your critical hits. You get a chain attack from Robin. That's okay. And his engaged attack kind of sucks. The big thing here is the plus 10 magic. This makes this emblem usable on basically any unit. You don't need to focus on a physical. You can put them on a physical unit because they give strength. You put them on a magic unit because they give plus 10 magic. It doesn't matter. And that plus 10 magic isn't counted in their emblem stats. Crown doesn't give any magic in his emblem stats. It's just a straight plus 10 when you're engaged. And that's crazy. I keep saying it because it's crazy. Who thought of that? This alone makes Crown a very good emblem. Then he gives 11 Sword and Thoron and Relay Spectrum, which again is just insane. Like, Relay Spectrum is very good in Awakening. And they just kind of give it to you in Engage for DLC. Chrom is a very, very good emblem. And that's why he's going in A tier.
Tiki.
Okay,
It's done, but I'm not.
good to hear.
I live to fight again. Allow your soul the rest it deserves. Not done yet.
Is this it?
Okay, the Soren Paralogue. This map is based off of Part 3, Chapter 8 of Radiant Dawn, which makes sense because that's what Soren's design is based off of. You can also see I deliberately fielded 2 less units because they would have basically just gotten in the way and not helped me much. And this map is kind of a slog. And there's 3 reasons why. The first reason is that giant group of fuckers in the middle. They are just... a lot of staves, a lot of chain guards. They heal the enemies around them. You just gotta kind of kill things, otherwise they're gonna get healed up. The other reason why is the giant craters that will get you meteored. Not the magic meteor, volcanic meteors that will rain down on you if you end your turn on them. They also create smoke on the map, which lowers your defense and res. Excellent. Lastly are the flyers, because they just avoid terrain. And by this time in the game, unless you reclass, you're only gonna have Chloe, who's also a flyer, and she's not taking those on. So they will just come up from outside your range and kill you, no matter what you can't really do anything about it. Honestly, I kind of like the mini bow in this game. It's a lot better than you'd think. Also, don't want to forget to mention, Soren himself has his own area of denial because he has
So your
bolting,
tale
which
ends.
isn't the best, but we'll talk about that in a minute, and his own groups that move with him. There's also reinforcements on the map. They're not that good, and by that good I mean they're not that plentiful. I wouldn't worry too much about them. But real quick, let's talk about Hector. We just got the Hector emblem. And Hector is a pretty good emblem, mostly because of 2 key abilities, Quick Riposte and Adaptability. Adaptable, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know why they named it that, but Leaf also has that ability. Quick Riposte, if you're at above a certain HP threshold, you will double. Quick Riposte is amazing, because you're not going to be doubling most of the enemies in this game unless you have Speed Taker. If we're doubling generals, sure, they have like negative 8,000 speed, whatever. But if enemies are either going to match your speed, or if they're the fucking asshole enemies that you find later in the game, they're going to have 40 or 50 speed, and they're going to double you. So Quick Riposte is really good in that respect. Adaptability, since groups of enemies are often of the same type, you get +3 defense or res, depending on what you're attacked with previously. So while there might be a magic enemy mixed in with physical units, or a physical unit matched in with magic enemies, mostly you're going to get that good little +3 buff. The issue with Emblem Hector, and there's two main issues. One is that once you engage with him and you get unbreakable, the enemies will stop attacking you. The AI does not want to get doubled, they don't want to do 0 damage, and they can't break you, so they're going to avoid it. A lot of times I just had to not engage with them, because if I did, my unit wouldn't get attacked, and I had to roll back the turn. This hurts his engage attack, which is entirely focused on getting attacked. His weapons, despite being good themselves, are also kind of mid. Wolf Bale, axe version of a rapier, Rune Sword, get you HP back, 1-2 range, Armads, Activated Dragons, +5 defense. All sound very good, and they are, for the most part. The issue with them is that they're heavy as fuck, and their accuracy isn't the best. So for the things Hector gives, quick riposte and adaptability, very good. If you're using a bit of a weaker unit, defensive-wise, maybe you can get him hurt with his engage attack. Or get attacked, I should say, not hurt, whatever. The thing is that quick riposte is just such a good ability. It's also inheritable. And that's solely, I think, puts Hector in A tier for me. It will save your ass so many times, especially against flyers. Oh my god. The chests on this map are money and a rescue staff. I didn't care about them. I just let thieves get them and take them away. Whatever. Who cares? As for getting to Soren himself, you can either go through the top or the side. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and I was kind of getting overrun with all the fucking flyers and the bit of enemies in the middle that were it was horrible. I did use Roy at one point to stop the movement in the middle before we got down to Zoran. That was cool. Got a couple lot of enemies with that. But then actually getting there. By that point, a lot of the smoke had taken over the map, which lowering my defense and res made bolting actually kind of hurt a little bit. The good thing, which I say about basically every fucking map at this point, is that Soren is a magic unit with very low defense. So if you can get in close, he has a weapon basically with Rex Caliber, you can just kill him. It's pretty fucking easy. The issue again is the smoke blocking your movement and lowering your defense and res, and getting close to him, because he does have some enemies with him that group up with him. But other than that, pretty easy to kill.
I won't let you do what you want. I'm worn down.
My apologies.
Fate has brought us. We shall not fall to the enemy.
My moment has arrived.
I'm sorry.
Now the Veronica Paralog.
Once I
This
defeat you,
map does look very intimidating.
enjoy dying.
And if you play it later in the game, it is very fucking intimidating. But at the point I'm playing it now, it's not that bad. Just make sure you divide your units up very well. I had Eti on the left, Luigi Naka on the right, one here on both sides. They have to be separated because there is a switch you need to hit on both sides at the same time. She will summon reinforcements on occasion. It's not that many, and they did hurt me a little bit on the right side because that was my weaker side. But it didn't really do anything to me, honestly. This is probably the easiest of the Divine Paralog maps. So let's talk about Soren. Soren, from my experience, is one of the best emblems, and for one ability solely. It's not Animal Focus. Animal Focus basically turns your magic units into a Fates-esque debuffer. Each tome type, or each anima type, has its own debuff. Cool. Cataclysm. 2 to 3 range. These attacks with all of the anima tomes. Gets all that debuffs. Very good. Soren's weapons, kind of shit. Bolting, 55 hit, 2 might, dog shit. Reflect, never used it. Can be good, never used it. And Excalibur, just use Excalibur. The best ability in the game, well, maybe not the best. One of the best abilities in the game is Assign Decoy. At the beginning when I talked about how enemies won't attack you if they do 0 damage or if they have 0% hit, Assign Decoy says fuck you to that. It forces enemies to attack your units. It puts them at the top of the priority list, no matter what, for 3 attacks. That changes the fucking game. If you're out in the open and there's enemies you couldn't beat because you already used all your units, assign Decoy to your highest defense unit, bam. You need to initiate combat with aggro enemies, assign Decoy to your covert unit, double their avoid, bam. They have 0% hit, they don't get hit. It will save your life on so many occasions, and it saved mine on so many occasions. Animal Focus, very good ability. If it was just Animal Focus and all right weapons, I would put Soren in A tier. Cataclysm as well, very good. Assign Decoy solely puts Soren in S tier, and it's inheritable. I didn't inherit it, but it's inheritable. That Assign Decoy is an insanely disgusting ability, and how good it is, and that's why Soren's in S tier.
We should try stepping.
Finally, when you hit the 2 switches for Veronica and you pull her island in closer, beware there is a mage cannon on that island. It's not that threatening. Just beware of your low HP units. It has money on it though, so beat the shit out of it. Kill it. Veronica herself, for the 18th fucking time, magic unit, low defense, beat the shit out of her. It's not that hard. Beware of her reprisal though. If you do damage and you get her and she gets an attack off, reprisal might hurt a bit.
How's that? One strike will decide.
Out of my way.
You've come.
If we
You have I. We're not done yet.
Who's next?
My prayers are with
I'll help. So strong.
Last, and probably least, the Camilla Paralock, which is based off of Chapter 23 of Birthright. This is the map I had a plan for, and I plan to do it later with a better flyer, but I did not want to do a harder version of this map because I did not want to do a harder version of this map. So what I did is I just adjusted Chloe to do the plan I had. I gave her +3 res, I gave her Pure Water, and I gave her Hector so she had as much defense and res as possible. What you do, this is the way to beat this map very, very easy rather than going through the entire fucking thing. Only advance to the second bridge of the map. The first bridge is one you spawn on, the second bridge is right there. Only advance to the second bridge. I used Warp to get Lapis and Citrine over the wall to take out the enemies around that little area. I also used Micaiah plus Obstruct to block off enemies that were to the left. Once the enemies were gone, I had Chloe move up into Camilla's range. Because in Maddening, once you're in a boss's range, they will come attack you. So I gave her Divine Blessing to make sure she won't die, put her in range, and Camilla came fucking running. And so you know what I did? I got the fuck out of there. I pulled Camilla, I rescued Citrine, I rescued Lapis, and I got Chloe out of there by flying, and then you just pull Camilla into range. Really fucking simple. You may also see, I have Chrom. Why do I have Chrom? Not the emblem, the fucking person. And why do I have Chrom? That's because Veronica's one of the best emblems in the game. Her weapons, for starters, she has the staff Heloskelf. Yeah, that one. Which makes it so that enemies can't counter you. Her second is Fortify Plus. You know, Fortify, the staff they give you basically at the end of the game that heals all your units in a range. And it's like an A to S rank staff. And the legendary version does that as well. Like legendary staffs typically do that where they heal all your units on the map. Yeah, let's give Veronica Fortify Plus, the better version of the already really fucking good staff. And lastly, she has Elevagar, I think is something like that. It just nullifies its bonuses on him, which I think can be good. I never really got to use it, but it sounds pretty good. I'm not going to rank her because of that. I didn't really use it. One of her other skills is Contract. We talked about Contract a little earlier when we were talking about the House Leaders. Contract, when used on a unit, lets them move again. They can't move, but they can act again. Use a staff, use an item, use a weapon, attack. Dancers are considered one of the best units in Fire Emblem. This is a budget dancer skill. That's disgusting. Last but not least is the fucking summon ability. Let's do Fire Emblem Heroes Gacha in a mainline Fire Emblem game. And if you put on a Dragon subclass unit, they get better rates at summoning. So that's how I got fucking Chrom on the map. You can summon emblem characters, not like playable characters, but like emblem characters. It's crazy. Veronica has a budget dancer move, can heal all your allies, can take no counterattacks, and can summon you an additional ally for the time when you're engaged. And this ally, by the way, enemies love attacking them, so it's basically a free body blocker. And these allies can be fucking insane emblems. Easily a fucking S tier emblem. Of course I am biased, I do love Veronica, but come on, man. Once Camilla was sufficiently pulled into my entire army, magic unit, flyer, low defense, I just beat the shit out of her, and I keep saying over and over, it's gonna keep happening.
Made quick work of that.
My prayers are with
Strong.
Alright, and we are finally done with the Divine Paralog maps. Now, I might seem a bit overleveled for the next few maps. I won't lie and say that I'm not overleveled. I am a little bit because I did do 5 maps that aren't the main story all at once. The other issue, though, is that these maps are also pretty easy. But don't worry, that feeling will not last long. There are some maps that I have to retry 4 or 5 times later. It's really fun.
Now I've done it.
Another thing is, on this map, for some reason, I gave Unaka Veronica, breaking my own rules. I don't know why I did this. I must have been tired or just fucked up. I think I did this one other time. I didn't mean to. I just, I don't know what the hell I was doing. Before I go over this map, though, let's talk about Emblem Camilla. Now, Camilla might seem very good if you're using her on a Dragon subclass unit because you get access to all of her Divine Veins, Dragon Veins. And Sori is pretty good. It makes any unit flying, gives them a little extra move. The issue is her Dragon Veins are kind of ass. And her emblem attack is also kind of ass. And her weapons are also kind of ass. So, overall, she's kind of ass. Her Divine Veins... I keep saying Divine Vein. Her Dragon Veins are pretty good in pinches. The big issue with them is that a few of them put your unit in the way of harm. Like her Divine... I keep saying Divine. Her Dragon Vein Flame literally puts you in the middle of the fire. You're taking damage. So unless you rescue out or somehow dance and get out, you're gonna be set on fire. So a lot of them put your unit in straight up danger. I don't know why they did this. I couldn't tell you. It's the only thing good about her kit basically is Soar, because flying is really good, and you keep your subclass, so you should be fine. And her, I say her engage attack sucks. It's all right. The issue is that, again, she's a magic emblem, and you don't really want your magic emblems that close. Your magic emblems. You don't really want your magic units that close to the enemies. So I'm gonna put Camilla in B tier. Not horrible, not very good. Good utility. And that's about it. And by good utility I mean okay utility. So for this map, we're fighting Hortensia again, then Morian, then Hyacinth. Hortensia isn't that much of an issue. She starts off with flyers on one side, heroes, Myrmidons, mercenaries on the other. Not that hard to fight, honestly. Again, they gave Hortensia Byleth, who is a physical unit, and she has no defense. The only worry part on this map is the cannon, but you can pretty easily stab its range. You might even be able to get a flying unit up there to kill it instantly and then just like rest you out or Kanto out, or you know. It's not that hard. There is a lot of good treasure on this map though. There's a Master Seal, a free staff, an energy drop, an Elfire, a Draco Shield, a Killer Axe, and a Steel Dagger. Out of everything I said there, the Steel Dagger is probably the worst, and even then you just sell it for money. Once you get past Hortensia, you get to Morian, who is just incredibly weak to range. Lower res, because he is a, what is he, a hero or something? Whatever. He does have a Tomahawk, but at the same time, he doesn't immediately use it, so just don't get in his range and he will come attack you once you break the door. So you can just go into his 2 range and he won't have anything equipped yet. Then, Hyacinth will start attacking you, and he has Astral Storm. However, he's a shit class. Again, a lot of the, I don't know why they made a lot of the bosses, and I feel like every map I'm shooting on bosses, and I've said this a few times, but all the bosses in this map in this game are kind of ass. As long as he will do 1 damage with Astral Storm, he'll use it, and you can't use it again for at least a few turns, so you're able to go after him pretty easy. He will create doubles. They only have 1 HP, and they only really block you. And again, 1 HP, just have your weakest unit, punch it in the face, and it'll die. And he's not that hard either. Of course, like I said, you will lose all your emblems right after this map, so get all your herons you need out of the way. Hyacinth, bro, you suck.
Me first! That was all you!
My fight.
I cannot accept this. Please, no.
Chapter 11. My fucking emblems are gone.
Go ahead.
Except for my bracelets, I didn't take those. I'll be honest, this is my second recording of this map. I did a thing again where I didn't unpause my recording. So this is my second try. So I kind of just went crazy and did whatever the hell I wanted with it. I apologize. This map's, again, you just kind of move a layer down, and if you have a thief, they can block the entirety of the top of the map with no problems whatsoever. So that's it's just to fucking go down, bro. I will say you can get emblem attacked a lot on this map, and if you don't move down fast enough, Gris will probably warp Ragnarok you. But again, I had Yunaka cover the entire top half of the map, and just had the rest of my units kill everything that came in our way, and it wasn't hard in the slightest. Whether that's because I'm overleveled or I just played well, whatever. And again, you might be seeing me use DLC emblems. That's literally just because I had to redo this map. If I didn't have to redo this map, it wouldn't be played like this. Also, even on this second run, I messed up, because Yunaka's supposed to be towards the right. That way she avoids Zephyr's range and will only get hit by Gris's Warp Ragnarok. So, towards the end of the map, I realized this, and I said, I'm not playing this map again. I'm gonna cry if I have to do this map one more fucking time. So I just warped Illyr to the end. I was not ready to do this map a 3rd time. So forgive me, sue me, cry about it. It's an escape map that takes like 5 turns. You do get Ivy, Zelkov, and Kagetsu, and Lynn and Lucina. I'll be going over them soon.
Please forgive me.
And so I think they're considered some of the best characters in the game. I won't be using Zelkov because I have Yunaka, and I think Yunaka's better personally. She might. I don't know if the stats tell you that, but I don't fucking care.
Who's next? Come on.
We are now past what I consider the halfway point of the game. And there's a lot of changes to the team. Aaliyah promoted, Ivy was recruited and instantly promoted, Citrian promoted. I also did do the DLC maps, the Velzina Log, God Celestia, Gregory, Madeline, Nell, Rafal, and Madeline has been turned into a Wyvern Knight. We won't see her immediately because I am going to do Lucina Paralog first, because now we have access to the emblem maps. As soon as you unlock or re-unlock an emblem, you can do their emblem map, and they're so fun and not challenging at all. And I say that true because Lucina's is not challenging at all. We also do have a Jade Griffin Knight. She has high res, and I was going to use her for the Camilla map. But General is an ass class, and I really want another staff bot. So I just kind of went with Jade. I also really want to use Jade. She's not used a lot because she's ass. But staff bots are always pretty easy, so bam. Like I said, now Madeline are recruited. They're not going to be used for this map because this map has a very strict deployment. Just like the original map in Awakening, which is based off of Awakening Chapter 4. Sadly, this is the easiest of the emblem maps. You can just face one enemy at a time, literally however you want, and then fight Lucina. I don't have much to say. This map is, it feels like I'm playing Chapter 4 of Awakening. But this is chapter, like, at this point, but this is our, like, 20th chapter, so it's not hard in the slightest. I can, though, go over Lyn while we're here. And Emblem Lyn is a great emblem. Any unit you have of middling to high speed just becomes infinitely better with her. Not only does she give speed upon sinking, Speed Taker gives you another plus 10 speed as long as you can kill 5 units. And then with Alacrity, if you have so much more speed, you're gonna basically have a desperation double. It's insane. Astral Storm, while it might not be good for a regular unit kill, it's really good at dealing with mages and flyers. Her weapons are okay. The Killer Bow, you're probably better using regular bows. Monikata is okay because it has effectiveness, but still, you're gonna, you know...
I've got
I
this.
just want to use a higher might weapon. And Mulagir is good in certain situations when you're fighting dragons, but again, you could also just use, like, another bow. The doubles are, I think, a little bit better than people give them credit for. Not for the chain attacks, but because enemies like to kill them because they have 1 health, and enemies love going for kills. I don't think Lyn completely changes the game in your favor, because she's not a defensive emblem. And just giving speed isn't going to make your unit have more survivability. They're better at killing, but they're not going to change the game completely in your favor. She also does have Speed Taker inheritable, so you can give it to any unit you want. Does that make her an S tier emblem? I don't think it changes the game as much as, say, Sigurd or 9 attacks with the emblem house leaders. But it is insane what she can do. And so she's probably going to go to the top of A tier.
I'm starting to feel it. One from me, and I'm done. Oh, me too.
What's wrong? Your stick doubt will... Can go
Poor
on.
thing.
This isn't so bad.
I'll strike you down.
Chapter 12 is our first desert map,
Finally!
with barely any desert. This is also where we're going to see Madeline for the first time and what she can do. I didn't have enough for Nell. We will see her soon, don't worry. Now you're going to want to get to the civilians as soon as possible. Luckily, even on Maddening, it's not very hard to get to them, as long as you have at least a few flyers, or you just keep playing the movement well enough. Especially because Andrea has warp stuff on it, so you finally have access to warp in some capacity. As for Fagato, Pandreo, and Bune is ass. This is one of the reasons why I do not like Great Knights. Sure, Louis was a great knight, but notice he's not being fielded anymore, is he? Yeah, Bune, I don't know why they made him like this. He's kind of sucks. Pandreo will be used a few times purely for healing and a little bit of magic damage. He's pretty good. And Fagato is just a good bow agent. Now, eventually, there are reinforcements on this map. But by the time they appear, you should already be so far in, as if you're aiming for the civilians in the first place, it's not that much of a problem. This is a fairly quick map. There's not that many enemies. The reinforcements aren't that many either. The map's pretty small. So while we're here, let's go over Lucina. I have heard countless praise for Lucina online, and it is very well deserved. Dual attack is a great assist. She gives chain attacks to whatever unit she's equipped with, backup or no. Bonded Shield, while I was not good at using it, I've seen its power. 80% chance to just completely block an attack like a chain guard without losing the HP, amazing. And if you give dual attack, or even just Lucina in general, to a dagger unit, like Yunaka or just any thief, covert, whatever, that poisons. That chain attack that they get poisons, whether it's from dual attack or not. Dual support, which you unlock later in her kit, I think it's also kind of underlooked. Dual support boosts your avoid based on the number of support you have around you, up to 80% plus avoid. That's insane, and for a Lear who's going to get high support with every unit in the army, it is an amazing skill for keeping a Lear alive later in the game. Also for her weapons, sure, Noble Rapier, half the emblems have some type of rapier. And Falchion, okay. The good thing is that she has Parthia and the Falchion, so while Marth just has Mercurius, which is doubling his XP, Lucina has the Parthia, which doubles XP, sure, but it's also affecting his fire since it's a bow. Dual attack is inheritable, dual support inheritable. All for One is mid. That's an only thing mid in her kit. She is an amazing emblem, and that's why she's going straight to Lucina tier.
Sublime.
Here.
Looks like I broke him.
Welcome to Property Damage Hell, also known as Fog of War, also known as we just got the Ike emblem.
As you
Ike
command.
is what they wanted to be the quintessential defense emblem. Lagu's friend, cutting your avoid to 0, but also having damage when you're engaged. Resolve, giving you plus defense and res when you're low HP. Wrath, giving you more crit when you're at low HP. And Great Ether, giving you HP back and just making enemies attack you more often. Very good. The issue I have with Ike is his weapons are heavy and fairly low accuracy. They are good because Irvine gives res plus 3 and Ragnar is 1-2 range with defense plus 5, but they're so heavy and so low accuracy. And on Maddening mode, you're not going to be surviving that many enemies with Ike, even if you're using all of his stuff to great effect. Maybe if you have a general and there's no magic units, obviously you're going to be surviving. Cool. And I will say Great Ether is pretty good sometimes when you're using effectiveness. That being said, again, you're not surviving that much. Ike can be very good on lower difficulties. On Maddening, I wouldn't really say so. For Inheritables, though, Wrath and Resolve are pretty good. That's why I'm probably going to put Ike either in very high B or low A. Preferably low A. As for the map, we are finally using Nell. Now, to explain Nell a little bit, she is a Dragon subclass, which is the best subclass in the game. And she has 2 weapon types. Lances, okay, and Dragonstones. There are, I think, 5 Dragonstones in the game. There's the just basic Fellstone. What Nell has is the Ruin Stone, which is 1-2 range, the Magic Stone, which does magic damage, the Slay Stone, which is effective against cavalry. There's also a stone that is effective against flyers, and I believe that's actually it. There might also be one effective against armor, but it's probably just a magic stone. I don't remember exactly. Nell's stats are fairly middle across the board, and by that I mean all her stats are fairly equal. Nothing about Nell particularly stands out in her stat department. They're all fairly equal, which is really weird. And you'll see that later in the game as she levels up more and more. Her stats pretty much stay the same across the board. I'm not saying she's bad, because again, the Dragon subclass is the best subclass in the game by far. And I really want to see how Nell will turn out as we keep using her. So just keep watching her, and you'll see. The map isn't so bad. There's just a lot of rubble in the way. Tamara will defeat it. Tamara will break it immediately with Ike. And of course, it's Fog of War, so you can't see the enemies in front of you. The houses, the destroyed house actually has an elixir. It is possible to get it. It takes a lot, but it is possible. The other houses have a rescue and a Seraphro. That's pretty good. The big challenge of this map is obviously going to be the Fog of War. There's torches you can light up. You have a loom staff. You have physical torches you can hold in your inventory. And you have to be wary of enemies coming out of the shadows to kill you. I didn't have that much trouble. The biggest trouble I had on the map came towards the end because there are 2 bosses. This is the typical twins, bandit twins, and they each have an extra health bar. And there is some terrain around them. I used Camilla with some Dragon Veins on Nell. Nell and Camilla are going to be used a few times, but there's some going to be some better emblems for Nell later. But I did use terrain to help me stay the enemies a little bit and keep them, at bay. I also did get a little lucky. I think I used a Raging Storm to get another attack, and then a Houses Unite. The bosses can be an issue, because again, there's 2 of them, and I think this is the first map I've had an issue with the bosses. I think only one of them has 1-2 range. Should be fine with that. They're not the worst, especially because they're axes. I mean, axes just sit in the grass, idiot.
Sorry about that. Drop your guard.
Now you know your limits. I will prevail.
Yes.
I'll help. Here. So cool. service. I'll help. Think whatever you like. Me too. Time to finish the job.
Was it?
This is where the overleveled look ends. This is the Lin Paralog,
Go ahead.
and is probably, in my opinion, one of the hardest
Tell me
emblem
where.
maps in the game. And it's based off a map that no one likes in the first place, which is 20x of B route in FE6 for some reason. Yeah, not FE7, Lin's game where she has an entire game mode to herself. No,
As you wish, Divine One.
it's based off of an FE6 map of her homeland. The place where she, isn't at, and though she loves, doesn't represent her story at all. Weird. Anyway, when I said that no one likes this map, I wasn't fucking lying. Every tent you see has a unit in front of it. If you do not kill the unit in front of it, they will spawn reinforcements when Lin activates. I didn't do this at first, because I was like, okay, let's try and defend as much as possible. I can't really get to the tents because there's so many fucking people. There's so many fucking people. I'm gonna have to try and defend the best I can. My first 3 or 4 tries just did not end well, period. I changed some stuff up, moved some units around, moved some units where they were around, just could not do it. Eventually I settled on actually filtering Zelkov in the top left and putting him in the forest there to try and defend against the arrows best I could. Yunaka, I warped her into the tents on the right. She could hold her own amazingly. The issue was when the flyers came in and attacked the rest of the units that were down there with her because they could not defend. I eventually put Emblem Soren down there, and with putting a Silent Decoy on Madeline, I was able to survive. But Yunaka basically single-handedly took out 2 tents on her own. Yunaka's one of the best units in the game. Now, I said I had Zelkov holding on the top left. That's kind of a lie. I got some of the worst fucking RNG I did in the game here. He was getting hit by 20s, by 10s, by below 10s. He was getting hit by everything possible. That is the main reason why I had issues on the map. If Zelkov had just held, and then I used Louis to hold off any arrows that came at him and healed him, I would have been fine. Sadly, I didn't plan well enough, and the game fucking hated me. Now, the top right group had Alir and a few other people. They didn't really do much. They eventually went and met up with Louis and Zelkov and their gang, and they still barely survived. I would have liked if the Yunaka group could do a bit more, but they were kind of stuck down there, especially with all of the units around. There's so many fucking units on this map, and they keep fucking spawning. It was just god-awful, dude. Holy shit. That's why I said this is one of the worst, or hardest, emblem maps in the game. And if you don't get those tents, by the time Lin activates, you are screwed. Like, you are going to get overrun no matter what, and you have to reset. Eventually, I did get, I think, 3 or 4 of the tents completely done, and I was able to kill Lin, because Lin did move first, and once she actually gets to you, she's not very bad. She's a bow unit, just attack her at 1 range. This is the first map that took me more than 1 try. Of course, failed recordings don't count, but this is the first map that took me... God. I have nightmares about this map still. When I tell you I'm scared, this game made me scared of 10% and 20% hits. You'll see later. Lin herself, though, I think I just punched her in the face a few times. But those tents, man, those tents. This is why no one goes B route in FE6.
Don't worry about me. I'm not. What you got? With pride.
I'm still quite capable.
These... I'm still improving.
I'm glad to hear.
Solemn Palace has helped me discover a bit of a tactic that the developers really liked in this game, and that's making your units split up and go two different paths. Now, I guess you don't have to do it on this map, but there's thieves that are going to take your treasure, and if you want all the treasure, you're going to have to split up. The beginning of this map is also probably the hardest part of it, because there's flyers coming from the top, there's halberdiers on one side, warriors on the other, and there's just enough of them to make you have to question your moves a little bit more than usual. I did try and use Madeline to go straight across the moat and attack the Lance Cav up there. Did not go very well. She got pretty overrun and I just went back. I said, no, I'm good. The chests on the left aren't that good, honestly, but on the right, there's boots and a radiant bow. So you're gonna want that. As for when we finally get to the boss area with 3 of the hounds and Hortensia, fun fact, you can pull the hounds if you use Astral Storm. Attack one of them and all of them will come running. Marnie herself isn't that bad. You just attack her with magic and she goes away pretty easy. I don't know why they give her Hurricane Axe. It's probably the worst weapon in the game. If it had 1-2 range, it wouldn't be. But it's a smash weapon for some reason. I don't know why they did that. Mavier has a Flame Lance, 1-2 range magic. It's not that threatening, honestly. His class kind of sucks, and it tries to equalize his strength and magic. No, don't do that. Zephyr as well. I mean, what do I have to say? Magic unit, low defense. She has swords, but like, it doesn't matter. And for the maybe 3rd, 4th time, it's Hortensia with Byleth and no defense. So just punch her. I don't know why they put her as a fucking boss 3 times. The first time you beat her, you can use that same strategy. The other 2 times, I don't get it. The good thing for her though, when she's on your team, she's one of the best fucking units in the game.
Come to my aid. If I may.
Was that sufficient?
One from me. One from me. You're ornery.
Alas. My...
I will not be deterred. Yeah.
You're nothing.
Dream well.
Me? Beaten by a bunch of weaklings. I want my life back.
I challenge my fate.
I'll help. Me too.
No, I will help.
One more. This should do it.
Pretty weak.
Hortensia. Why? Of course. One from me. Not done yet.
Excuse me.
This should do it. Why do...
Speaking of one of the best units in the game, though, Chapter 15, the Seedall map. This is a little occurrence of maddening where you have to get to the green unit fast, otherwise they will just immediately die. And this happens in a few games. So I think for me, I used Nell with Camilla to give Ice Tiles to Alir. You have to get to Seedall on turn 2, I believe he dies on turn 3. He might be able to heal. I didn't wait that long to see it. I did not want him to die. So Alir got to him on turn 3, you got the Corn Emblem. Good. This map is, I wouldn't call it a slog, I just call it slow. And it kind of wants you to take it slow. It wants you to use Seedall and Corn to put Ice Tiles down to get rid of the miasma, and move through the map, getting rid of the miasma, and taking out the enemies that are on the way. The largest group of enemies, and some of the highest enemy density in the game, honestly, is the very final thing when you're about to escape. There's like 10 enemies in a small room with a bunch of miasma. Aside from that, the map is just kind of grab Seedall and walk him towards the exit. And that's it. I don't have much to say. It's not... I feel like there are more complicated maps than this, bro.
Thank you for fine. Thank you.
What do you want me to do about it? There are 2 chests. Both of them are pretty good. Energy Drop Talisman. Now, what I do want to say, though, is let's talk about some of the shit we got. Because we have Seedall, we have Hortensia, we have Violet, and we have Corn. I said at the end of the previous map that Hortensia is probably one of the best units in the game. I don't say that lightly. She has the best personal skill in the game, by far. It is +1 range to every staff, meaning heal staffs she can use like Festals from phase. And a lot of the attack staffs and status staffs in the game have a limited range. She just gets +1. You don't even have to use Makai for that. Then her personal class, when she promotes into, gets the skill World Tree, which is a % chance to just not use a staff use. And in a game that gives you a bunch of status staffs, that is amazing. And this will give you so much more utility out of your staffs than you even know what to do with. There's sometimes where like, oh, I only have one use for freeze left, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to go buy more. She procs World Tree, I got another use for this map. Now, she is just a staff bot, but she is the best staff bot in the game, even without Makaya. And Makaya is an amazing staff bot emblem. She has B tomes, which is kind of eh. Her magic isn't that high, but you will find you using her more often than not when attacking Armor Knights in case you run out of magic users. She can do enough damage and has enough speed, double them, and do a good amount of damage. It's just her staff utility. You will see later in the game, I will be using status staffs out my ass, and she will be hitting hundreds on those because I give her staff mastery. And it's amazing. As for Seadoll, he's a dancer. Now, last map we got the... Yeah, Seadoll is a dancer. There's nothing much to say. Dancers are the best units in the series. Taking your best unit and having them move again, insane. So we do have the Byleth emblem for the beginning of this map. Byleth is a weird emblem. Their first weapon depends on your subclass. I rarely have ever used Byleth's weapons, I'll be honest. The second weapon is the Vajramushti, which is one of 2 fist emblem weapons in the game. And his final weapon is Sword of the Creator, which is alright. But Byleth's skills aren't really worth enough to get him to Bond 20. He has 2 good skills. Goddess Dance, which is his emblem attack, which is the probably best emblem attack in the game. And Instruct, which is only really good on dragon units. His weapons are interesting, I'll give him that. But they're mid. Let's just be honest. The reason why Byleth is one of the best emblems in the game, however, is purely because of Goddess Dance. Goddess Dance lets you dance 4 units, including Seadoll if you want. You can put him in range of it, and he can get danced. So you can have Seadoll dance somebody, Cantil to a good position. That unit moves, Cantil's to a good position. They both get Goddess Dance. That unit can move another time, and get danced another time by Seadoll. Goddess Dance is amazing. I don't know if Goddess Dance is enough, though, to put Byleth in S tier, because the rest of his kit is just kind of bad. Divine Pulse has a low proc rate, and I think I procced it twice in the whole playthrough. And Instruct is only good on dragon units, because any other unit is going to give plus to a single stat, while on a dragon unit it gives plus to all stats. Mentorship gives extra XP. Does that actually matter, dude? So I think we're going to put Byleth in A tier, but I want you to know, Goddess Dance is easily S tier material. It's just the rest of his kit doesn't bring him down, but it's not enough to put him in S tier with the rest of the amazing units. Speaking of amazing emblems, though, Corrin is the best emblem in the game by far. It's not even close. Like, I know jokingly I put Lucina in Lucina tier because I love her and she's the second best emblem in the game. I could theoretically put Corrin in a tier buffer. It's not even a contest how good of an emblem Corrin is. Are they good at attacking? No. What they are good at is literally everything else. Their Dragon Veins? Disgusting. Their Draconic Hex? Disgusting. Dreadful Aura? Disgusting. Torrential Roar? Disgusting. Let me go over what they do. Their Dragon Veins are... You might not see the appeal of Dragon Veins if you're not using them on a Dragon sub-unit. You could theoretically stick a Leer to Corrin for the entire game, and Leer will become one of your best utility units. Because all of Corrin's Veins are very good. I primarily used the Vein of Fire. I used Vein of Stone a few times, Vein of Fog whenever I had Corrin on Yunaka. But the Veins are amazing. They block enemy movement, they give buffs, they give debuffs, they do whatever you need them to do. You will see many, many times in this run where I am running away from a giant group of reinforcements or enemies, and I just put Vein of Fire in front of them and they can no longer move. Draconic Hex, -4 to every enemy stat just for attacking. You don't even have to use damage. Like, dagger units need to do at least 1 damage to poison. Draconic Hex doesn't need that. You can do 0 damage and you still get the stat debuff. Amazing. Dreadful Aura, yes, you need to be engaged. Who the fuck cares? It affects the enemy you attack and every enemy adjacent to them, giving them no movement. You can just stop 5 enemies in their tracks. Whatever the fuck you want if you're engaged. Torrential Roar does that. Draconic Hex, and puts down water below them. On a group of 3 to 4 enemies, depending on who's using it, dragons get +1 range. Corrin's weapons, complete dog shit. Let's be clear. Complete dog shit. Dual Katana, cool. Lance Reaver, never gonna use it. I think I've used it maybe once or twice. Wakizashi, a 2-range sword that doesn't have 1-2 range, disgusting. Yato, honestly, I think any sword I gave Valyria was probably better. Complete dog shit. Every other skill Corrin has. Quality time, giving a little bit of HP boost and support when you're just ending your turn next to a unit. Amazing. Well, and that's not amazing. That's kind of gas, but it's pretty good. I don't gas when I say Corrin is the best emblem in the game, and you will see that multiple times throughout this run. When I first played the game, I'll be honest, thought Corrin was the worst. Didn't use her that much. Put her on units that didn't have really good veins. Didn't really know what to do. This run, my eyes were open. This is the best emblem in the game. Top of S tier. No, I don't understand. Best unit in the game.
That was cool, was it not? Tell me another. Whatever you say. They're strong. I challenge my... I will help. Pretty weak. Now I'm mad. You are a worthy opponent. Not ready. Another kill for me. Anytime.
Moving on from one of the easiest maps in the game to what I consider probably one of the hardest. This is the Ike Paralogue, which is based off of Chapter 8 of Path of Radiance. And starting off, I tried to play this map like it was Path of Radiance. You cannot play this map like it is Path of Radiance. There's a lot more breakable walls, and Ike is a fucking gorilla. He will break the fort and just TLDR,
Weak.
and he'll fuck you. So do not defend on this map. This is not a defend map. This is a kill boss map. And since this is the kill boss map, I had to get to the fucking boss, because I could not wait for Ike to break the fort and come at me. I guess theoretically I could have sent someone, maybe to Astral Storm him and aggro him early. No. What I did is I forced myself up the left path to try and get a foothold. This is the first map, though, immediately too, where we will see Corrin be the best emblem in the game. I kept Valyria towards the back of my group and used the Flame Vein to constantly bar the massive fucking horde of enemies from getting to my units. Eventually, when Ike was aggroed onto me, I did have a little bit of a problem. You basically need to kill Ike with magic. He has so much defense, and you have to hope he doesn't equip Ragnar. He probably will. You can hope he doesn't. Of course, the hammer is probably the best for him to equip because it weighs the most, and it sucks. I did do a pretty intense setup here of Goddess Dance, Sea Doll, and attacking him a bunch with Hero Scalf, Ivy, just a bunch of units, magic units, to kill him. This is my third try, I believe, because the first try I tried to, play it like it's Path of Radiance. The second try, I just got screwed. But magic is the preferred method, and you can now see the combination of not only Corrin, but Goddess Dance plus Sea Doll giving me enough moves to kill Ike in one turn, from full health, 3 health bars to none. I would also beware of the reinforcements. They come from every side. They're not so threatening that you need to deal with them immediately, and especially if you can kill Ike fast enough, but still, just so you know.
I like.
Are you ready to die? Be gone! How's this for proof?
Nothing.
By the 4 wins.
That's on me.
Finished. Excuse me.
Another one!
It was a good fight.
Chapter 16. Now here I actually forego Marin or Jade. I did want more flying utility on this map because
Try to keep me on dry land, will you?
movement on this map is dog shit. This is one of the worst maps I think in the game. Every few turns the water will come up and you will not be able to move anymore. It basically halts almost all movement. I did give Aleer the boots and a talisman. I think we get one more pair of boots later in the game and I'll go to, I assume, Yunaka. We'll see. You may also see I gave Seedall Star Sphere. That's purely because I thought it was funny. He's a dancer, he shouldn't be getting attacked, and if he does, I probably have the Roy emblem on him or something to make him live. Or just anything that'll make him live. I purely wanted to see what his stats would be like with the Star Sphere. It doesn't change anything, honestly. I don't even think he gets enough levels to get the +1 stats. Like I said, I purely just thought it was funny. He changes off those later. Starting off this map, a worm starts immediately in front of you. Not a worm like your girlfriend asks, would you tell me if I was a worm? A worm like a fucking dragon worm. And these bitches have basically capped out defense and res, and those values are equal. Meaning you don't do damage. The only way to kill them, and this is why they introduced it here, is the Erica emblem. I shouldn't say it's the only way. If you plan enough and you have Worm Slayers and whatever, it should be easier. I didn't realize they would have 8,000 defense and res. But you know, this is basically why you get the Erica emblem. Erica herself, I guess we can talk about Erica now. Erica is another very, very good emblem. Erica, just on her own, very good. Gentility, -3 damage, eventually goes up to -5 or 7. The Luna Brace, cuts the enemy defense, amazing. Then you can switch to Ephraim, +3 damage. You heal when you do damage, great. Maybe not as good as it could be. And I personally have some reservations about the Erica emblem, but that is purely from a lore and a design standpoint, not from a gameplay standpoint. We're going purely on gameplay here. Being able to cut enemies' defense in this game, especially one like a worm who has almost capped out defense, is amazing. And Erica having one of the very few corrupt effective weapons, the Sieglinde, is also amazing. So you'll see me using Erica a lot purely for that motive. Also, Twin Strike and having one of the few weapons in the game that's effective against Corrupted is amazing. Sieglinde, I will eventually just unlock on like 2 or 3 units because it is that good, I believe. Like I said, I do have reservations about the Erica emblem, but those do not have to do anything with the gameplay. When I needed to kill a high defense unit or just delete Corrupted or high defense anything, I chose the Erica emblem, and I put her on some of my strongest units because I know she could do it. And I think Erica completely changes the game for you in terms of fighting Corrupted. Now, I did put her in S tier here, and I am reconsidering that in the moment right now as I'm recording it. I do think she's deserving of it, but if she's deserving of it, I also feel Lyn is. But I'm gonna keep it how I have right now because I don't want to re-record it and I'm fucking lazy. Twin Strike, amazing. Gentility, amazing. The braces, amazing. She changes single unit combat completely in your favor, especially when a majority of the enemies late in the game are corrupted, and by majority I mean all of them past a certain point are corrupted. She's very, very good, and we're gonna go with S tier for Erica. Yeah, this map is very annoying. The water halts your movement, and then when your movement is halted and your units are scattered because you're trying to kill units, you level spawn reinforcements on you from the forts and from the back. So you have to have units ahead enough, grouped up, make sure you don't leave anybody behind, and you should be fine. I did have a small group of Madeline, Etier, and Jade go downward to try and do a little bit there. They actually did pretty fine. I did have to retreat eventually because I was just, again, the reinforcements were screwing me. But they actually did alright. If almost dying is alright. But anyway,
I'm not afraid.
The house up in the top, it does have a recover staff. It's okay. I think I got it. Whatever. I honestly was fine with it going. Marnie and Mavier, again, very easy. I will say this 10 times because you fight them 10 times. Very easy bosses, especially Marnie. There's a lake next to her you can just sit in and she can't hurt you, and you just hawk magic at her until she dies. The primary annoying thing on this map is the reinforcements, and you will see this is a trend that the game continually fucking shoves in your face. Is reinforcements are the worst thing ever. The difficulty of this game comes so much from reinforcements, and I cannot wait to show how horrible it can fucking be.
If this is war,
For Lucia.
You're nothing. Beaten by a bunch of weaklings. Fuck. Give me an order. I've made my choice. That went well.
Alas. I withdraw.
Byleth Paralog, based on Chapter 11 of 3 Houses. I'll be honest, the map looks very intimidating. There's 2 worms. They want you to save all those crystals. Byleth has the 3 house leaders with him, and they all have an extra HP bar. and there are clerics around him that start warping them. This map is not as intimidating as it seems.
Scatter like hell.
If you play right, you can beat the map before there are even 10 crystals left. And if you saved in 10 crystals, you get a talisman. That is the highest reward you can get. I'm fairly certain. What I did is I went straight to the right, kept out of the worm's range, and what's funny here is that once you get close to Byleth and those warp mages activate, they don't warp the house leaders to you, they warp them down the ledge. So in a way, they kind of fuck Byleth over. Because if the house leaders had stayed with Byleth, I would have had a much worse time killing him.
I should learn from
But
you.
I'll even show, they just start warping, and they don't stop. They warp the other warpers, they warp units that come and reinforce Byleth. They really help you out on this map, and it's crazy. The hardest part is probably staying out of the worm's range, and I will say Byleth is somewhat formidable of a boss. He has 4 health bars, I believe, 3 or 4. He will equip the Sword of the Creator, which is 1-2 range and does a lot of damage, especially because his other weapons are dog shit. So basically, all you need to do is engage attack him to death. There aren't so many enemies that you should be out of engage attacks, and he can't counter engage attacks. So do your best with that. I don't really... It's kind of a blur how I defeated him, honestly, even looking at the video. I think I just got lucky beating the shit out of him. I think I even got a lucky miss at one point. So I'm sorry I can't give much advice to beat Byleth, other than don't let him hit you. I can't wait for Fortune's Weave, bro. I can't fucking wait for Fortune's Weave. Give me Fortune's Weave right now, please. Yeah, debuff Poison Byleth and you can kill him, so go ahead.
Soren.
Are we done here? Too slow. Is that all? Right where I want you. Is that all?
Be mindful.
I will never. I'll go first. Another one. Me too.
Depending, that's what.
Oh, my.
Coming through.
Not done yet. One more.
No.
I won't forget you. I'm in.
Chapter 17 is the fucking 6v6. The dreaded, the horrifying 6v6. That, in all honesty, if you have a solid plan, isn't as bad. I had a solid plan that I fucked up because I didn't have enough knowledge. Let's break it down.
Okay.
You're basically going to fight Gris first because of Warp Ragnarok. You don't have to fight him first, obviously, but if you move north at all, you're going to get into his range and he will warp the fuck out of you. Again, mage, low defense, he has Celica, which hurts his HP, you're going to kill him. So I sent a small group north to do exactly that. And this group had very specific plans.
Where to?
Then I sent a bigger group to the left because this group has to engage Marnie and Mauvier, as well as eventually Vale and Hyacinth when they come down. Notice I left out Zephyr. That's because what's going to happen to Zephyr
At your service.
is that the top group is going to engage her. I have a flyer,
No need
specifically
to praise
Jade, going with them. Who's going to amp up on as much fucking res as she can
All right.
and pull Zephyr in from across the map because Zephyr has Sigurd. And Zephyr will attack you from across the map. She will, once you are in her range, she will aggro. This will also aggro Vale and Hyacinth, so be careful. I recommend focusing on getting Gris out as well as the units around Marnie and Mauvier. Try not to aggro too many units. And the worms, you can honestly avoid them fairly well. They might get in your way eventually, but don't focus on them. Especially because they're over fire and the fire hurts. The issue I had was aggroing too many units too fast on the bottom group, and even the woods couldn't save me with the extra avoid. I aggroed Marnie's group by attacking her. This aggroed Mauvier as well as the Hellbearers behind them. Not a good idea. Especially because Hellbearers in this game are pretty hard to beat, honestly. Hellbearers and Swordmasters are really tough enemies. So what I recommend is kill the Halberdiers, try and stall Marnie's group with maybe Corrin.
Don't worry,
Maybe don't even engage her. You need to kill the enemies that are moving on their own first. Then, kill Marnie and Mauvier. Do not aggro Zephyr until you have done this. Once those two are gone, now you can aggro Zephyr. Zephyr, if you don't put enough firepower on the top path, will be kind of hard to defeat. One good note about Zephyr is she wants to override. Fighting Dark Emblems and Emblems themselves, they will always use their engage attacks when they can. So if you can bait Zephyr into getting just 2 units that are high defense and overriding them, you can get her into a pretty compromising position and kill her that way. But just remember that she wants to override. So even if she has a kill, or just 2 units that are kind of low HP but in a line, she will override. She loves overriding. Once she's triggered, it will trigger Vale and Hyacinth. Neither are very hard to beat in the first place. They gave Vale Marth. Vale is a magic unit. Even her dagger does magic damage. All of Marth's weapons are physical. What? This is when I say the boss design in this game is really fucking weird and not that good. So you shouldn't have really any issue. Again, Vale will lodestar rush you if she can. And Hyacinth does have Leaf, who I think Leaf is honestly a better emblem on the enemy side because they use it a lot better. But neither should be really super hard to beat. In fact, I think Hyacinth is probably more dangerous than Vale, especially because Vale will start off with one of Marth's items equipped. Not her Obscurite, not Misericord, one of Marth's swords that doesn't have 1-2 range and doesn't do much damage because she's a magic unit. The hardest part of this map is tempering your expectations and taking it slow.
I won't let this go to my head. bunch of weaklings.
I will.
I will protect everyone!
Alas. What more?
No need to praise me. You were a worthy opponent. No need.
Impudent!
It's nothing. Strategy in motion.
I remember.
Can you defeat your...
Out of the way.
They're strong. Who's next? Hero.
not be. I can.
No. You are. But I am grateful for the. I will. For Lucia.
Give. Lord Som.
How could the...
I cannot accept this. The moment I slipped into Ivy, Lucia.
It is time for a fuck ton of emblem maps. We're going to do a little bit out of order, which even the game recommends because the suggested levels are not in order of the way you get them. Really, it should be Corrin next, then Erica, then Sigurd Leaf. But we're doing Sigurd's first. Yeah, we have Sigurd back, so everyone's getting Kanto. Everyone will have Kanto. Everyone will have Kanto. I also gave Jade build +4 because her build is 6, which she uses axes, which all weigh at least 10. So 6 build is dog shit. Now once again, this map looks hard. This map is based off of the second half of Chapter 10 of FE4. This map looks very, very hard. It's not. And I feel like I say that for half the emblem maps, and the other half are actually really fucking difficult. Just move slowly to the first castle. Silence enemies you can. I highly recommend a silent staff. Move slow. All you need to do is take this first castle. Once you take this first castle, the bridge will go down. Also, in the corner, you can see there's 2 mages with extra health bars and gold on them. This is sit-ins for the final boss of FE4, Julius, and the secondary final boss, basically, Ishtar. You don't have to kill them. No one said you had to kill them. They have money. No one said you had to kill them. But once you get through this first castle, like I said, the bridge will lower. Now, Sigurd has much more move than everyone else around him, and there will be reinforcements. However, Sigurd also moves faster than the reinforcements. So all you have to do is bait Sigurd out. He'll probably move once and then be able to reach you. Doesn't matter. Bait Sigurd out. He wants to use Override again. Just like Zephy in last map, he wants to Override. Get him in a precarious position like I did. I got him surrounded by units. Beat the shit out of him. No 1-2 range. Should be pretty easy. This is, again, one of the easier emblem maps, I'd say.
Excuse me, that's not all.
A satisfying ending.
The fortune.
Come.
On what?
I wish for a world that we will build.
It requires power.
Me first! Here! Yeah. Me first!
This won't do!
Your defeat was inevitable. I'll help. Your defeat was inevitable. Cutting in. Me too.
Well played.
Are you ready?
Next is the corn map,
Corn can.
which is based off of... I mean, how do you even put this? The Choose Your Fate section? Branch of Fate, that's what it's called. Branch of Fate, I guess is the best way to put this. And she has her siblings on either side of her. And there's only one way you can go, because they destroyed one of the fucking bridges. So they basically force you to go to the right. Now, I had a pretty good setup for this, and that's using Yunaka. I gave Yunaka Sigurd, sent her straight to the Hoshidan Royals, and had her sit there, while the rest of my units cleared out any stragglers that were above us. There are a lot of Swordmasters and Halberdiers. Like I said, these units are really hard to beat. High speed, high avoid, high damage. They will be the bane of your existence for most of this game. Eventually, Corn will also take out all the water, so the units that are on the left side of the map will just come straight at your ass. It's great. So fun. Yunaka did have some close calls taking out the Royals, but that usually came down to a horrible RNG. I think I got hit by a 13 at one point. That was fun. The biggest problem with this map is not having Corn. You can't hit Corn with Corn unless you inherit Draconic Hex on somebody, which I guess I could have done, but I didn't. Good for us, though, is that Corn's weapons are dog shit. So even though Corn has really good skills, as long as you're not getting hit by them, just stay out of their range and they're going to come at you eventually. When you attack the Hoshidan Royals, the Nor Royals will also go after you. Again, they're not very hard to beat. I had Yunaka sit in woods and she literally killed almost everybody. The main issue is going to be Corn. Corn will use Dragon Veins on you, mostly the water one. 1-2 range, Corn's weak to dragon stuff. It's not hard to beat Corn.
I've got nothing to spare. Looks like I broke them.
One strike will decide it all. If this is war, so be it.
No one desires war.
Coming through! This should do it!
Let me at him. We'll have to fight our way through.
I have already chosen.
Are you ready to die?
I remember. This. Do not swing as you say.
Coming through! This should do it!
I'll help.
Me too! Yeah, this is not good! 1,000 curses upon our enemy. Here! Can't take it! I'll help.
Don't break.
My path is clear.
Now this is the Erica Paralog. Another one of what I consider the hardest maps in the game. So it turns out, if you take FE8 and FE8's enemy density, you decrease effectiveness availability, up the enemy count a little bit more, and the stats, believe me, I compared the original map to this one, introduce more status staffs, and abandon monsters because they're dog shit, FE8 can be hard. Because there's way too many fucking enemies on this map. Also, side note, this is the only emblem map where you start in the boss position and not in the player position of the original map. Don't know why, just thought it was interesting. I recommend not going through the middle. I went through one of the sides. And this way it makes it easier to kill the worm, and you're not getting attacked on all sides by enemies. You're only getting attacked from one, maybe two directions. Corn, my love, she saved my fucking life again. As I was retreating to the corner, she held a fuck ton of enemies off with Flame Vein. I love you, Flame Vein. I fucking love you. The chests have a second seal and a Seraph Robe. Pretty comparable to the original map, actually. It's a Master Seal and a Seraph Robe. I don't know why they put a Master Seal in the final map of FE8. Don't ask. So, once I got to the bottom of the map, and by bottom I mean like the corridor leading to Erica, stopped. At this point, I had thinned out most of the enemies, and I just had to figure out how to aggro her.
It's just a
I
scratch.
did get the chest. I actually froze the thief because he was going to get my chest, and I was not having that. It's just hard to pull Erica's enemies here. I guess I could have used an Astral Charm, and maybe I did. I don't exactly remember. I have to look at the footage. But pulling Erica's group is kind of hard, especially because there's so fucking many of them. I don't know why they put so many enemies on this map. Again, compare this map to the original FE8 map. They introduced so many enemies. It's insane how many fucking enemies are on this map. I did again, at the bottom, use Flame Vein to stop their push. Thank God, Wolf Knights are really hard to fucking beat. And I got Override off to do their health down a lot. It was great, but god damn, this map. I was dreading this map when I started playing this run. Don't even get me started. Erica herself isn't the hardest. Gentility, sure, sucks. I think they could have put Ephraim on this map, but they screwed my boy Ephraim so much in this game. She doesn't equip the Wind Sword because it sucks. She probably just equipped the Seekland. He just kill her with 2 range. A lot of they kind of forgot what 1-2 range is in this game for bosses, and they just give all the bosses 1 range or 2 range, and you can kill them with the opposite. It's really fucking weird. Especially with all the magic bosses. Like, sure they have 1-2 range, but they have low defense. I guess that's why they made all the enemies magic. Because they forgot what 1-2 range, whatever. Erica's not that bad. Just beat the shit out of her.
I feel you've been strong. I'm in. Was that too much? Out of my mind.
Like I broke them.
Me first. I'm not finished. And so I am defeated.
This is the Leaf Paralog. When I first saw this map, I shit my pants. And I don't mean right now, I meant when I originally played the game and I originally saw the Leaf Paralog, because this map is based off of Chapter 22 of FE5. Which, if you don't warp skip it, because FE5 has a lot of warp skipping, if you play it the regular way, this is one of the hardest maps in the series. In Engage, it is one of the harder maps in the game. I wouldn't say the hardest, but it's one of the harder maps in the game. Now, do I still think that this is one of the hardest maps in the game? Not really. I did find some really good methods to essentially cheese it, and I'll show you here. Now, this map looks very intimidating, and it truly holds the essence of Thracia. Because going in blind to this map does make it incredibly fucking hard. First things first, ballistas. They have a fuck ton of hit, and they do a fuck ton of damage. What you might not know is they can be blocked with Chain Guard. So instead of taking your entire health bar of damage, you can take 10, and then heal it off and do it again until the ballista runs out. The second thing is that there are reinforcements every turn for 12 turns. Is it a lot of reinforcements? It's 3 calves from the other side of the map. However, it's every turn. So when you first hit those calves, you're going to hit those calves for every turn for 12 turns. You have to kill 3 calves every turn for 12 turns while you're dealing with the ballistas. So here's what I did. I took Yunaka, I assigned Decoy on her, and I stuck her in a forest.
Nothing to fear.
And every turn when those 3 calves showed up, I killed them, healed up Steedall because usually Yunaka got hit by a ballista, or I healed up Yunaka if she got hit by a cav, and did it again. And I did this for 20 fucking turns. I did this for 20 fucking turns. Probably more. Do not also attack the middle group. You might be like, oh, I can start doing damage to the middle group. There's Armor Knights there, there's some bows that can't reach me if I'm at 3 range. Don't do this either, because attacking them aggroes them. So now you have to deal with cav reinforcements every turn 12 turns, ballistas that bar you off from half the map, and 12 more enemies from the middle. It's great. Luckily, again, if you can deal with those cav reinforcements every turn on the turn when they arrive, you can sit and hold up. This is not the glorious playstyle, this is not a fast playstyle, this is not like aggressive playstyle. If you don't want to get overrun, you have to fucking sit your ass down and await those fucking reinforcements. And those ballistas don't play no shit. They will kick your fucking ass. Hide. It took me so long to play this map, but it took me one fucking try. I will also say, before I ever did all of this, I gave Sigurd to Etier, ran her ass down to get the speedwing that's on the fleeing soldier, and rescued her ass back. I used a warp on Ivy, engaged, killed the soldier, rescued her back. I got the fucking speedwing, I didn't miss that either. That's when I put my strategy into practice. After the cavalry forces are gone, then you can aggro the middle group by using a 3-range tome or using a 2-range tome and cantering away. Then you can kill them in your fortified position. Once they're dead and you cross the bridge, oh no, the bridge is going to get destroyed because the leaf destroys the bridge on you. Guess what? There's no more enemies. I killed them all, bro. Cuck the ballistas again by chain guarding, whatever. Eventually Leaf will start aggroing on his own. Leaf himself sucks. I'm sorry. You're not a Master Knight, bro. Lightbrand, my poor lovely Lightbrand sucks. So long as you are able to kill all the Mage Knights around him, Leaf is pretty easy. The worst part about this map is the reinforcements and the ballistas. Everything else, they try and pull tricks on you. It doesn't really work as long as you are playing slow as fuck. Which honestly, isn't that the Thracia way?
Now.
I've made my choice.
Be honest.
But
Life is not a simple path. You have faced your own weaknesses.
Oh, me too!
This is bad.
Our bonds are far stronger than destiny. Right where I want you.
I have been waiting.
Of course.
Then let us be. I feel as if I have known you for ages. And so, I lose.
Here we have the stereotypical boat chapter. Yay! This map is easy as piss. Yay! The most startling thing on this map is the flyers from the north and the south. If you can take care of those, you're fairly easy. The cannon they give you in the middle of your ship is actually pretty good at stalling enemies because it's basically just a free range the dragon vein. I keep saying divine vein. It's a free dragon vein and it halts enemies in their tracks for the most part. You will start getting attacked at some point from both sides from the enemies, but like half of them are soldiers, the other half are armor knights. You gave me the easiest enemies in the game to fight. That's why I say focus on those flyers, because they are the true menaces. There are also two chests. The west one is a speed wing, you probably want that. East one is a second seal. I didn't care about the seal, so I didn't get it. I just sent ETA straight to get the speed wing. I didn't get to it fast enough, but the thief did, and then you can just kill him. Lyndon, who is recruitable, starts moving on turn 3. He's fairly easy to recruit. Ivy and Hortensia have a lot of movement, and Alir should be pretty honest on the front line supporting. And he shouldn't have that many enemies around him. So it's good to get them in, get out, fairly easy. The boss starts moving on turn 6. Fun fact, you can have a flyer just start shooting at her from off the boat. I think I had Ivy just start L-thundering or Thoronning her from off the boat and she couldn't do anything about it and she took like a health bar of damage. And then of course her herself has no 2 range, I don't think. Or even if she does, she didn't equip it. So you just beat the shit out of her. This map is piss easy. I'm just so honest. This map is piss easy. The hardest thing is the flyers. But archers in this game aren't bad. You have ETA, who's, in my opinion, one of the best units in the game. I'm biased, I know. You have Alchrist, who is really good. Bone Knights are really good. Like, you should have a few flyers. And then, of course, Wind Tomes. So,
For Lucia.
Now I deserve.
but of course, with every piss easy map comes a map that wants to make you... Chapter 19. Miasma Part 2. Miasma Harder. Do not go down the middle of this map. You might see those chasms like, oh, they're stationary, they're not gonna do much. Don't go down the middle. Do not go down the middle. I'm trying to help you out here. Don't go down the middle. The 2 houses, don't do them either. You might notice that everyone here is corrupted. Wow, there's people in those houses that haven't been killed yet? No, they're fucking dead. The houses spawn corrupted. The top one has a Draco shield. You're probably gonna want that. The bottom one has elixir. Does that fucking matter? No. Also, Saphir is there. There's no bridge to get to the boat to Saphir. You have to take Alir all the way around, or maybe Diamant, whoever calls recruiter, all the way around to get her. She's probably gonna die. So what I did is I just rescue to Lear up and recruit her turn 1. You're going to want to do that if you want Saphir at all. I should probably just fucking die, if not. I did my best clearing out the top and the bottom. I'll be honest, it's really fucking hard. The top is harder than it looks. There aren't that many enemies, but there's a worm. The bottom has a fuck ton of Wolf Knights, who you can't double, and will poison you, and crit you, and hate you. It was at this point of the playthrough, I was getting really fucking tired of dagger units. Not because daggers are that hard to beat, but because they have 800 speed. And as soon as I cleared the bottom, I started moving all of my units on the bottom up to group up with the rest of my team. This was the best decision I made. Mavier, at one point, will start warping enemies to you. Remember what happened last time I said that they start warping enemies at you? And how mad I got? Yeah.
I'll help.
Marnie, then on turn 8, will start moving towards Mavier. Mavier will rescue her.
Nothing to worry.
And after he rescues her, he'll move. Your best bet is taking the top path or the bottom path, holding up, and killing enemies as they get to you. I recommend the top path because it has that little alleyway that the enemies will start funneling through, and you can block them off with obstruct, I don't recommend obstruct, but with usually a dragon vein. They will start when they see that they can't get through that alleyway, they'll go around the top. At that point, Mavi and Marnie hopefully will are close to you. They're both bitches. I can't stress this enough. Even though Marnie has Roy, holdout doesn't matter when you do 8,000 damage with fire and then 1 damage with a sword and she dies. So like, Mavi also has Micaiah, who is not an attack emblem. She's a staff bot emblem. And then it's Mavier. Is he gonna do damage to you? I don't think so.
Let us wait.
The hardest part of this map is the miasma, which you can get rid of with Corn, and if you have Camilla, using her Camilla. Or obstruct staffs, however you want to do it. And the enemies. There's so many fucking enemies. You ever seen those videos of how like D&D people create maps? They spill rice and then they shake it around a little bit and then they give mounds of rice or mountains and stuff like that. The developers did that for this map, but every mound of rice was a new enemy. There's so many fucking enemies. I don't think there are any reinforcements, and if there are, they're not that many, because they don't need to be. There's thousands of fucking enemies on this map. I thank God the bosses are shit. Thank God.
And so, the knight claimed victory.
Cutting in.
Get ready for the thrust.
I failed.
I'll help. Beaten by a bunch of weaklings. Oh no! Whoa! And so hungry for the approval of others. That's a recipe for disappointment, you know. Shut it, Bluey! If I envy you for anything, please. No more games! Die! You're nothing!
I can take on anyone.
I'll show. My path is certain. No hesitation!
This is it.
Next is a fucking
got it.
iconic map. This is fucking 313. Part 3, Chapter 13 of Radiant Dawn. You already fucking know. I gave Lapis a Draco Shield and Ivy a Goddess Icon. Usually I sell Goddess Icons, honestly, but like, I had enough money. I didn't really need to. This chapter is very interesting, actually. Because you can play this chapter like 313. I know I said in Ike's chapter earlier, you cannot play it like his original game. This one you can. And I don't really know why. It's probably because there are a lot less flyers, and the area that fails you is infinitely smaller than it is on the original map. I honestly had a lot of fun with this chapter, probably because I like Radiant Dawn. It's one of my favorite Fire Emblem games, and I really like 313. And also, again, I think Micaiah is the boss with the lowest defense in the game, even lower than like Prologue. So you can once she gets to you, all you have to do is just don't use magic. As for how I played the map, I took Madeline Ike, which is ironic considering it's Ike, and Madeline Ike killed basically every single enemy on the right. I used a Great Ether with the hammer, and everything died. As for the left, originally I was going to have Yunaka block it with Fog, with Corrin, and her Avoid Dagger. That didn't really end up working, so I just body blocked it with Etier, and somehow that fucking worked. Don't ask me how. I think Etier is just the GOAT. Eventually on turn 9, Micaiah will begin moving, and she does have the Dawn Brigade with her. They do have additional health bars, and a lot of them have gold. I got pretty greedy for money, and every available unit I had when she got to me, I tried to get some fucking money, because I knew all it takes, and I'm not exaggerating, is 3 attacks to kill Micaiah, because she has such low speed and such low defense, which is very, very accurate to Radiant Dawn Micaiah. If you know, you know.
Let's finish. Sorry, but that's not the... You took me from... Is that right? Out of the way.
I can still do more. Looks like I broke them.
So strong.
We are almost done with emblem maps, including this one. We have 4 left to go, and this is Roy's map. This is based off of chapter 21 of FE6. Before we start, I did give Healing Light and Silence Ward to both Hortensia and Ivy. I don't think I ever used Silence Ward, it wasn't really necessary, but Healing Light did help me out a few times. Now if you played this map in FE6, you know that this is Flyer Hell. Roy, you are not Zephyr, you are not the king of Burn. Why do you have 8,000 Wyverns? Fuck if I know. Aren't you fucking races against dragons? Anyway, there's 2 points of contest on this map, which is the center and the end. So long as you can abate the platoons of Wyverns that are coming at you, those are the 2 points that should hurt you the most. Madeline, with Hector, took on entire fucking platoons by herself. This is why I said Quick Riposte is amazing. Every Wyvern that came from the top, she single-handedly killed. I shouldn't say everyone, I think she had help a little bit, and she had some healing. Whatever.
That was a good session.
I did. Usually, if in FE6, you kind of take the top path and go straight down. I didn't do that. I went down to the right and then down. The reason why I did that is because of the wyverns. The first point of contest, the middle, I did have to engage with Corrin and stop a lot of them in their tracks. This is because of wyvern reinforcements, mages, armor knights, archers, things that I couldn't kill immediately with the amount of units I had. They probably had doubled my units, so I had to stop a few of them. It wasn't that bad because Corrin is that good, and you can just... Corrin basically kills every enemy they touch for one turn because they just have no more movement. So Corrin gives you an extra turn to kill those enemies without them threatening you at all. And, you know, at TA plus Wind Magic plus Seedall, all the flyers aren't... They don't exist. They're just just bodies. Get through there, kill the worm. Worms aren't that bad once you discover how weak they are to not only Erica, but just attacking them and healing and killing them in one turn. If they have another health bar, still kill them in one turn because they really should not be getting attacks off on you. They will kill. They have 3 range and they will kill your weaker units in the back. Now once you get to Roy, here's the issue. There's an enemy sage that has Meteor. I guess this represents a Lilina, whatever. As soon as you get into range of like the sages, this triggers Roy and the sages start attacking you. I silenced the Meteor Sage, so I never had any issue with them. Roy himself has holdout +++, which means if he's not at 1 HP, he just lives everything. This is very intimidating. It also sucks. It does not matter in the slightest, because when you get to Roy, there are 5 enemies you must defeat. If you have Corrin, there are 0 enemies you must defeat. Because you stop them all on their tracks, and they really needed to give the bosses in this game immunity to a lot more status. There are maps where there are mage bosses that are not immune to silence. There are bosses that are purposely meant to move and they're not immune to freeze. They really underestimated the ability of status apps in this game. So Roy was stuck in his tracks. Sages were dead. Armor Knights didn't really fucking matter, and if they do, you have magic. This basically means if you can kill a health bar with Roy, it takes 2 attacks. He has 3 health bars. It takes 6 attacks to kill Roy. He should be Draconic Hexed. He can't move. Attack him from range. Even if he has the Blazing Blade, you shouldn't die, at least hopefully in 1 hit. Or if he does, just attack him from 3 range with like Thorn or something. So get him down to 1 HP with a unit that's bulky. Kill him with a unit that's not. Get him down to 1 HP, kill him with a bad unit. Get him down to 1 HP, kill him with a bad unit. It's not that hard to kill Roy, honestly. It's just get him down to 1 HP with a unit that can at least survive his attack, and then kill him with a weak unit.
I concede.
Chapter 20 is really fucking weird, and I'll be honest, I can't give you guys a good account of what this chapter is. And that's for 2 main reasons. Now, the chapter does have Fog of War, as you can see. Fog of War hasn't been too much of an issue, as long as you take the map slow. You need to know where enemies are going to ambush you, and you have your time crystal, so you should be fine. There's 2 main issues here. For Griss's first health bar, he will spawn somewhere randomly on the map, and then ambush you. He spawned right next to me. By right next to me, I meant I went to the right. He spawned in the right corner. So as long as I went over there with the torch, he was there, and I just shot him. Which means he goes back to his boss platform and waits for you. The other issue is that engage attacks are always shown to you. So if he's going to warp Ragnarok you, you know. Even if you can't see him. Which I think that could have been a change between hard and maddening mode, is that if you're going to get engaged attack and you can't see the enemy, you won't know. That's fine, you should have time crystals. Time crystals give players a lot more leeway, I think, than the developers realize. There is also an entrap staff in the middle. Entrap will warp one of your units to the enemy. Crazy staff. Don't know why I haven't thought of that before. And it is gettable. If you kill the enemy, you get it. I think this did happen, but it happened to Etier, so he just kind of died. But still. I got very, very lucky on this map, I'll be honest. The enemies are pretty backloaded, meaning they're centered more around the back of the map. But again, Gris kind of sucks, so if you can get to him and he starts attacking you, he will die. The chests on this map, the left is a Silver Blade and a Rescue, the right is a Brave Bone and a Silver Book. I don't think I got all of them. Oh no, I think I did it. I think I killed the thief. Does it matter? No, all I really wanted was the secret book. I will say, even though I got super lucky, I did have a bit of trouble because the enemies are so backloaded. There are a lot of enemies around Gris, and there are enemies of high speed around Gris, which is the big issue. Does that mean he was hard to beat? Not really. Once he gets to you, he's easy to kill.
I'll have to up my weights.
It's nothing. We won't give up.
As if I could.
No problem.
I'll help.
Oh yeah!
And so, the knight claimed victory.
Exquisite.
Whoa, it's the Sea Shrine from
preparations for-
Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valencia. Do not take this map for granted. It looks very easy. It is not. This is one of the worst maps in the fucking game. Wanna know why? Well, those high priests that are there, they're not just standing there to look cool. They're fucking cantors. You don't know what a cantor is? Oh, you sweet child. Cantors are the enemies in Echoes that no one liked. They're the ones that spawn infinite reinforcements. It's a mechanic that nobody wanted back, so why the fuck did they bring it back? Yeah, these three cantors will infinitely spawn swordmasters, wyverns, and halberdiers respectively. In order to beat this map, I used like 2 to 3 uses of warp and rescue each. Because I killed 2 of those cantors literally immediately turn 1. I was not fucking dealing with this. Doing this does trigger the worms on the bottom and Celica, which is actually a good thing. Doing this though was very hard. I had to use a lot of rescue. I used Roy's Blazing Lion to hold the enemies. They should not have put fucking cantors in the game. What the fuck is their fucking problem? They will also have priests at the bottom that want to warp the worms to you. They do not use a warp staff. You cannot silence them. It is hard-coded into the game that these worms will be warped. Fun fact. The good thing about this map is that Celica is another magic unit with no defense, and she can teleport to you. So as long as you can survive the Warp Ragnarok, and there's no other enemies around, it's fairly easy to kill her. This map has one saving grace, and that's that.
That was a good session. Excuse me.
Watch this. Your defeat was inevitable.
I've got muscles to spare.
So be it.
Chapter 21, the final fight against Vale. This is the map where I realized I have a lot of resources I'm sitting on and I should probably fucking use them. So I use a lot of SP here.
All right.
I gave Unaka pair up because the biggest problem I've had with her, and I'm using her to fight a lot of enemies at once, is chain attacks. The only way she's taking damage is the 80% chain attacks that are hitting her over and over, and that's why she's dying. The pair up really helped here. Lapis I gave Arm Shield ++. This was the wrong decision, I will change it later. It gives -7 damage at this point in the game, and with her low defense, it doesn't help me at all. You'll see the change later. Madeline got Speed Taker. This was very good. It made her one of the best units I have. Sure, I gave her a lot of resources, but Speed Taker with her, she had pretty average speed. Speed Taker just put her speed up just above the cap for to start doubling. Hortensia got Staff Mastery 5, meaning all of those status saves I've been using now basically have a 100% chance to hit. This comes in so handy later, dude. I don't know why I talk like a surfer dude, but I did. Mel, I actually gave Special Guard 5 from Tiki. This gives -5 or 7 damage when using a special attack item. Nell's Dragon Stones should count for that. Again, not the best skill, I probably could give her something better, but I really wanted to use the skill. I probably shouldn't have. And Marin I gave Dual Assist. I have been using Marin, I haven't really talked about her much, because dagger units are just very good. Marin was kind of probably the worst unit I used in my army. I probably could have used something a lot better, or someone a lot better. Daggers are just so good, and she is really good at finishing off enemies and poisoning. I didn't really care much about getting rid of her, and Dual Assist does make her a lot better with poison. Once again though, reinforcements are the bane of this chapter. The initial enemies, pretty easy to kill. The worms on either side, one of them you can completely avoid because it's at the bottom and it won't reach you. The other one I literally killed in one turn with Etier. There's so many reinforcements, almost every turn. Eventually I did get overrun. Funny thing, I summoned Celica on this map. Did she help much? No. Was it funny? Yes. So I did have a big pileup in the middle of the map that was really rough to get out of. I couldn't use Corn because I had already used Corn on turn 1 to kill the Armor Knights, just to make it a lot easier for them so they didn't come at me. I wish I had Corn for that. I used Roy's Fire to stop them moving, I used Micaiah to obstruct a lot of enemies in the back. It wasn't the worst thing, but it was kind of hard to get out of. Celica, thank you for your sacrifice. You were going to get unsummoned in like a turn anyway. Zephyr and Gristo at the top, don't move until you're in their range. Now this is very good because it lets you take out all the reinforcements and then advance onto them. Especially the worms, because the worms are going to be your biggest hurdle. They do so much fucking damage. Zephyr has Thoron, very easy to pull her. You can survive Thoron, easy because it doesn't double and it doesn't have very high accuracy. Beat the shit out of Zephyr. Gris, however, can be silenced. Bro can only use tomes and staffs. Why can you silence him? He literally takes him completely out of the equation and makes him unable to attack you, period. That's insane. Dogshit boss. Vale's group is a bit harder. He doesn't trigger unless you attack a few of the enemies around her. I did kill the Entrap Mage. That didn't trigger her. It says it does on the wiki. On the good wiki, it didn't. Once I attacked the armorites around her, though, it did trigger her and she got close to me. Once again, though, she has Marth. I don't know why. But luckily for her, though, I made her throw on me so she could actually do some damage. Did it help? No. What does help her is that she is on pretty good terrain. Unless you emblem attack her. Because once again, magic unit. And she's slow. And she has no defense. I feel like I should just create a phrase for this because I have to say it for every fucking map. Magic unit, low defense, low speed, you kill them in one hit. I need to make a phrase for that at this point. Oh, and yeah, and then Alear fucking dies. Or whatever.
To help.
May I cut in? No need to praise me.
Oh yeah.
For Lucia.
Farewell to you.
Exquisite. Death meat.
I can still do more.
Who are...
Pretty weak.
Oh, how I want Queen Lumera's pet.
And you're not.
I am. They.
My path is certain.
And then Alear rises like Jesus, and we're on chapter 22. This is the only chapter where you have to play with Fell Emblems, fun fact. And they are just straight up worse, because you can't use their engage attacks. Alear will summon the emblems by approaching their group, and then you have to talk to them with whoever you want to equip them with. Characters already with an emblem will just grab the ring and put it in your inventory, basically.
Emblem of sweet
The enemies aren't that bad. There is pretty good positioning on them, but there are fucking Wolf Knight reinforcements that can eat my entire ass. And there are reinforcements infinitely until you get all the rings. Then the map turns into a route map.
Praise me.
I didn't have much trouble getting all the rings. I did also do it out of order because I aggroed the last group before the second to last with flyers. The hardest part of this map, again, as usual, is the beginning because it has the highest enemy density. There's pretty good enemies, and you just gotta fucking deal with it. And it's closest to the Wolf Knight reinforcements.
I won't let
You don't really need to choose carefully who you sync the emblems to. Again, these are dark emblems. They're not as good as your regular emblems. So just kind of grab them so you can get past the map quickly. So you don't want those reinforcements to keep spawning. Theoretically, you could literally just have one character grab all the emblems if you want, and no one has an emblem. But they do still give stat buffs. You may as well take them. I really didn't mention, but we do now have Vale and Mavier. I have plans for them later. I actually have plans for Mavier at first. We'll talk about that later, though. They are pretty good. Veil I really like because magic and daggers. Yeah. Dragon subclass, amazing. Alir does die again though, but then, you know, I like Jesus, again, Alir rises. Fire Emblem Revengeance or whatever.
Pretty weak.
Here they are. Care for us.
Time to play. Now!
Unforgivable.
I won't waste this chance.
Who's next?
Here we go. Fight on. Restore. Now, rise up and bear your...
You ready to rule the...
Have you been long? I can't engage with...
That's all of the ring.
Finally, the last
I'd hate to
two
embarrass
emblem
myself
maps.
fighting.
This is the Marth Paralog, based on chapter 17 of FE1 and 11, and 16 of FE3 and 12.
At your
Marth's got a lot of fucking games. Here, I gave Veil the Seraph Robe, 2 Spirit Dusts, a Speedwing, I gave Alir an Energy Drop and a Draco Shield, and I gave Madeline a Spirit Book and Unaka a Talisman. I am no longer hoarding my resources. I realized I should probably use them all before the game fucking ends. I also gave Alir dual support, talked about it earlier. It's going to give Alir a lot of Avoid because she has supports with literally everybody in the army. At TA, I gave Wrath. You will see this is one of the best skills I possibly could have given her. In Veil, I gave Kanto and Draconic Hex. Of course, everyone's going to get Kanto. And now I actually upgraded to Kanto Plus because she had a lot of SP and I didn't really know what to do with it. And Kanto Plus actually helped out a little bit in later maps. Now, as this is technically the last emblem map, it's kind of anticlimactic. And I'll tell you why. The chests are dog shit. There's an elixir, a silver great axe, an antitoxin, and a speed tonic. 3 of those things are buyable. 1 of those is forgeable, and also sucks. The only good thing is the secret book that's on the thief outside of the map that's supposed to be the Geosphere from the original game. Which I did get immediately by using Madeline to run at the thief, and I actually did get a lucky crit, but she would have just killed him on turn 2 anyway. Now the best thing I can recommend for this map is to go straight for Marth. Mages and the generals in his room are easy to take out with either longbows or just straight magic. And once you start fighting enemies in his room, it will trigger. His door will open and he'll start coming at you. Now you do need to thin out the enemies in his room because there are a lot, and there are reinforcements that come in, though they're pretty far away. Now let me ask you, do you think Marth is hard to beat based on what we've said about all the bosses in this game? Marth, who has only 1 range, do you think he's hard to beat? The answer you should have come to is fucking no. I won't say he's the easiest boss in the game. No. There are also martial monks or whatever that will chain guard him. Those are... Chain guard is not as good as they think it is, I'll be honest. It is annoying, but it's not as good as they think it is. Literally just true range Marth to death. This is one of the easier emblem maps in the game, and it really sucks that it's technically the last one. Which makes me really sad.
Right?
The other sad thing is we finally got our final emblem. The Fire Emblem. who is also the worst emblem, Alear. Why is Alear the worst emblem? Well, Alear, when you engage plus with somebody, uses both your engage meters. Also, none of their skills are very useful. Their weapons are kind of dog shit. And instead of just engaging with Alear, to have two emblem Alears, you could have two different emblems, one on Alear and one somebody else, that actually do something useful. I think Alear is the only somewhat detrimental emblem in the game. I could be completely wrong, and that emblem Alear is like A, S tier, whatever. And I could be wrong. I'm not an expert, even though I like to think I am, because I love Fire Emblem to death. And here's where I'm going to talk about my views on emblems as a whole. As a whole, emblems aren't detrimental. They physically can't be. Their entire purpose is to be tacked onto a unit to give them additional skills and stats. Unless those skills themselves are detrimental, they physically can't be detrimental. That's why I've put every emblem in B tier or above, because none of them are bad. They always give you something to get out of a situation or do something in a situation or make your unit more useful. Even Camilla, who I believe is the worst of the emblems outside of Alear, doesn't outright hurt your unit. She gives Soar, she gives somewhat Savage Blow, she gives some magic attacks, she has Dragon Veins. Even though not all of them are good, she still has them. Alear is bad because Alear takes up 2 of your engage meters. And you would think taking up 2 engage meters, they'd have really good abilities. They don't. They neutralize effectiveness, which isn't even that good on your own units in this game because you can easily avoid it. And they might up your hit and avoid a little bit. And their weapons. It's 2 swords and fists. Their first sword has nothing special going for it. Oh. Their second weapon, the fists. Fists are the worst weapon type in the game. I could be wrong about that. Maybe they're fucking amazing. Not this one. And their last weapon is effective against Corrupted. Now I talk about Sealand, how Sealand was amazing because it was effective against Corrupted. Great. But that's because you're using Erica. And Erica cuts enemies' defense, takes less damage, does more damage, and Sealand has pretty good might. Alear's final weapon has less might than their first weapon, which is just crazy to me. And then of course their engage attacks aren't horrible, and you can do the plus move by just having Alear next to your character you're engaging them with. Sure, that's fine. But again, I could just use 2 different emblems and have 2 different engage attacks that are better, or have just different skills that actually help me in any way. This is why I think Alear is the only bad emblem in the game, the only one who actively detracts from your strategies. And that's why I'm putting them in C tier. If there was already an emblem in C tier, I'd be putting Alear in D tier. I'm putting Alear in the lowest tier that has no emblems. I do think Alear is the only bad emblem in the game.
I am of no consequence.
Conquering oneself.
Now raise your chin.
I hope I've done well.
One for me!
Grown strong.
But speaking of Alear, here's another bad thing about them. It's their fucking emblem map. Now I know this isn't technically an emblem map and it's just a paralog, but this is basically Alear's emblem map because she's also an emblem. It's based on nothing because this is the origin game. And real quick, before we start the map, do not kill the ring dude. Do not kill the ring dude. Do not kill him. Don't kill the dude with the ring. Do not kill him. Don't do it. I know it's the objective of the map. Don't fucking do it. Now that that's out of the way, don't kill the ring dude. This will trigger the reinforcements and turn the map into a route map. And by reinforcements, I mean it will triple the amount of enemies on the map. Freeze him, Dreadful Aura him, do whatever you can to stop him from moving, and kill every other unit on the map. Once they are all dead, then you can kill him, and move your units to the top of the map. Once you're at the top of the map, that's where the least reinforcements are going to be.
I'm strong after
The boss and most of the reinforcements spawn at the bottom. So hold yourself up at the top of that map and don't fucking move. This map I had many problems with because I'm a greedy fucker and I was killing the dude immediately on turn 1. Do not do that. Do not kill him on turn 1. Don't kill him until like turn 5 if you don't want to. Just do not kill that man until you are ready, because it will make your life a living hell. While we're here though, I don't want to cut off this map immediately. There isn't much to say because it is just killing reinforcements and the secondary boss. I do want to talk about Vale a little bit. I haven't heard much about Vale online, and I don't know the people's opinion on her. Personally for me, I think the Dragon subclass is so good, it just makes Vale a good unit in her own right. Not only that though, she has access to daggers. Now her strength might not be super high, but she comes with her own personal dagger that does magic damage, so you can focus on her magic stat. Giving her Lucina allows her to chain attack from anywhere and poison enemies as well. Vale does have lacking defense and speed. Mostly lacking defense. Do I think that takes away from how good she is? Yes, a little bit. She can be in pretty precarious situations because of it. However, again, the Dragon subclass is so good with basically every emblem, I don't think it matters much. This is why I gave her Draconic Hex, because she has daggers. She also can use tomes. I gave her a really good Thoron tome that helped out a lot, especially with Lucina emblem and Dual Assist. There's also one of the reasons why I don't really like when people reclass Alir out of their personal class, because it changes their subclass out of Dragon. And the way I feel like Alir to be good is either being a staff bot, which other people do, they turn her into a Griffin Knight, I think that's fine. But Dragon is just such a good subclass, I don't really see any other use to Alir and Vale outside of it. Vale, when I was using her, I used Violet for Goddess Dance, used Corn for the Divine Veins. Anything that is so good on the Dragon class, I gave to her, and she did it amazingly. And honestly, if Alir had just fucking died and Vale became the main character, I would have been fine with that, because Vale is a better unit. Vale, unlike Alir, can actually do damage. Has the same subclass, and can do better damage. Also, her personal class skill gives her 1 engage meter every turn, which that might not seem like a lot, but the only way to fill engage meter is attacking, or healing, or using pools. So just getting 1 for free every turn, especially if you have your engage meter shortened by a step, is actually, I think, pretty good. Everyone might not like Vale, I don't really know the opinions on her. I think she's a very good unit, and she really helped me out a lot in terms of debuffing enemies. One last thing, fuck this map.
Dropped your guard. All right then. I've decided. Made quick work of that.
Get ready for the storm! We shall not fall to the enemy.
Me too. Another one.
I'm in your debt.
I've got you! Oh, me too!
Not done yet.
This is Jetmother is gone.
Let me!
This should do it.
We are now at the point in time where each chapter takes me about 1 recording session to do. And my recording sessions are about 4 or 5 hours, give or take. I kind of just play before I go to bed and zone out. That's why there's no live commentary. I'm going to change that for the next time I do one of these, but yeah, these maps are going to get long. Starting off, I gave Ivy Tone Precision 5. I gave Seal Headlong Rush, which is surprisingly cheap for just being immune to freeze, and they love to try and freeze you. And they don't see it. This and Silence, the enemies don't see these, so these are actually pretty good for baiting out those fucking stabs. And I gave Citrine Tone Precision 4 because she didn't have enough for Tone Precision 5. Mavia, you might also see, is now being deployed. I'll be honest, Royal Knight sucks. And the reason why I'm deploying Mavia is because I had an extra deployment slot, and everyone else kind of sucks, or was either low enough level. So I changed Mavia's class to Mage Knight. He does have high strength, so we can also use the spears that come with Mage Knight, but he has high magic. And again, units that have both high strength and magic, you kind of want to specialize into one of the two because they don't need both. I've never found a unit that uses both that is really good except for Robin. Robin's the only one I've seen do that well. And even then, people are mostly using magic on Robin. I also gave him Canto, of course, and Momentum. I did Momentum Plus, and I was also thinking about Speed Taker on him. I decided with Momentum, I should have changed it later. I didn't. Now this map is kind of like the Storm Paralog in that they're going to shoot meteors at you. Not the tome, actual fucking meteors. They choose 3 targets every time they activate their meteors. One of them is going to be destructible rocks around the map that they use to help you progress. The other 2 are going to target grouped up units. Not just your own, but also grouped up enemy units. There were multiple times where I didn't have my units grouped up enough, and they just targeted their own fucking units, which was insane. The reinforcements on this map also aren't actually bad for the first time in the fucking game. There's like 2 reinforcements, and they're on opposite sides of the map. The hardest part of this map, and I said this a bunch of times, is the beginning. It's the immediate bunch of enemies targeting you, and you're in a closed space, so there's not much ways you can move, and that's when the meteors are going to start hitting you. Once they open the map up more to you, it shouldn't be as bad. The issue is that they are going to try and target rocks that you're in front of to open you up to an ambush. As long as you know what kind of rocks they're going to break, and you can kind of tell based on how the map looks, you should be able to avoid that, and also you can target the enemies and, block them with Obstruct or whatever. There are also flyers in the middle of the map over lava. I used my own flyer to get rid of them, because if you get too close to lava, they will attack you, and I didn't really want that. It was pretty easy to get rid of them with my own flyer. If you have your own, if you have multiple of them, it should be easy to get rid of. You also can just choose one side of the map to go up. I chose the right side. No, not for any particular reason. I just kind of did. I think this honestly might be the better side because if you go up the left side, you're going straight into Zephy and Gris. On the right side, it was much easier to attack them one by one. And by the way, they're still dog shit. Just so you know, they're still dog shit. Even they don't have emblems anymore, but even with emblems, they were kind of dog shit. So don't worry about them. They're not hard. The hardest thing about this map is going to be the enemies and the meteors. And even if you can't avoid the meteors, as long as you're not getting attacked by enemies after the fact, you can just heal it up. It's not that bad, and they can't do it every fucking turn.
some.
Oh, yeah!
I've decided. You're dead. Nailed it!
I cannot allow this.
Oh, yeah.
We did it.
It's time to kill the worst enemy in the game. Anyway, this map has a 15 turn limit, but I wouldn't let that intimidate you. There is an avalanche that will push you back every 2 turns, but it always goes on a different row every turn. It's 2, then 3, then 1. And if you stand in front of rocks, it won't push you back. So you don't really have to worry about the avalanche too much, and it will tell you when the avalanches are coming. And you can do rock, then unit, and both those units won't be pushed back. So don't worry too much about the avalanches either. There are also not that many enemies on this map, surprisingly. There are a sizable amount, but it's enough that you can progress through the map at a good enough pace. By the time you hit Alear, you'll be at turn 7, maybe 10. Now, it's definitely possible to take all 3 routes if you're one of those kinds of Fates players. I took everyone through the middle because I wanted all my units grouped up in order to kill enemies a lot easier. This will also make it easier to kill enemies from the top and bottom because they will funnel through these thin corridors to the middle to you. Once again, for the Engage developers though, their only way of creating difficulty is through a fuck ton of reinforcements, which thank God, thank Naga, that this map does not have. Or through a bunch of flyers and ballista spam. I did kill my middle ballista with a Sigurd unit, but the bottom and top ballistas are far enough in that they will reach to other routes, so I did have to kill a top ballista eventually too. As for the flyers though, I usually just took them out with either Madeline intercepting them early, or once they got to me, longbow, regular bow, wind tomes. Wasn't that bad. Their void is the big problem. Now I do think Alear can be a little intimidating, actually. Not like fake intimidating like a lot of maps are when you first look at them. They're like, oh shit, this map looks hard as hell. And then you actually start playing and you're like, wow, I can cheese the fuck out of this. No, I do think Alear as a boss is pretty difficult. And that's because one of the best ways to aggro her is to stay in her range and get low start rushed. She doesn't have 1-2 range, so you should be good there. It's also weak to dragon stuff because she is a dragon, whatever. The best way I found to do this is to pull her in with somebody getting low start rushed. I made sure to dampen damage as much as I could on them, and if you're using Tiki, you can also give them a revival stone. Once Alear is in your range though, that's basically it. It's just intimidating when she actually goes to attack you, because again, no 2 range, and you can just debuff her to hell and kill her.
I will not falter. That'll teach you to underestimate me. Time to finish the job. Damn! Another kill for me. I trust in you.
You made it this. I am not a defect.
Do not suffer. Yes, I did it right.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Get ready for the thrust!
That was a good session.
It appears I've lost it. Oh, no.
Chapter 25, however, I will give them one thing. You do need to be aggressive on this map. You cannot be stagnant, you cannot be slow, you have to be as fast as you can. Maybe not lightning fast and like blitzing enemies so much that you're putting yourself in danger, but you do need to progress at a steady pace. Because until turn 20, they will continually spawn reinforcements on your spawn and in your direct path. That's disgusting. Like I said, the only way to engage developers know how to do difficulty is fucking infinite reinforcements or making you have 0 hit and using ballistas. I did give Lapis build +4 because I kind of forgot how to use her, and Arm Shield Plus was just not doing it, so build +4 gave her a bit more speed and actually did help her out a lot in the end. The chests, the Cincada, which is the S rank 1-2 range dagger, really fucking good, you need that, and the Dragon Shield. The left side isn't that hard because the enemies are a bit worse. There are fucking Wolf Knights, but you can just 3-range them here. And again, you do need to move fast and there aren't that many reinforcements. The right side is definitely harder though, because there's this X shape of pillars that halt your movement. A worm can attack you from there, and if you take too long, not only will wyverns spawn behind you, there will also be mages and other enemies spawning from the stairs right next to you. So you have to try and push through that as much as possible with whatever units you have on that side. That is definitely the harder side to get through. Once you push through to the middle though, be fast, because again, there are more fucking reinforcements that will spawn from the stairs there. There's already a mage there with a status staff, but you gotta keep fucking going, because they'll continually spawn reinforcements. I eventually used Micaiah and blocked them off once I got more into Lumera's area. But in Lumera's area, there's a bunch of armor knights, mages, and fighters that all have 1-2 range. They aren't that bad, I'll be honest. Lumera's group in front of her isn't that bad. They can all be doubled fairly easily. Even though they have 1-2 range, as long as your magic units don't die immediately, they're pretty easy to take out. By this time, however, if you haven't killed the thieves are probably taking your treasure. The thieves are also where I encountered my biggest challenge on this map, and that was not being able to hit a fucking 80. Lumera herself, obviously, isn't that bad. There is an entrap and a freeze mage near her, but once you debuff her and start killing her, you can probably kill her in one turn. None of the bosses in this game are all that good. The problem was, this thief on the right that had my Draco shield, I already had the Cincada on the left. That didn't matter. The thief on the right had my Draco shield, and the only unit that could attack him was Citrine, who had 80 hit on him. I was like, oh, that's fine. 80 hit. Easy. She does die on the counterattack, but it's 80 hit, and he's all about to die. It's fine. She missed 3 80s, all with varying RNG, because I did use the Time Crystal when she died. I changed the RNG a little bit by attacking enemies in different orders. She missed 80 again, and again, and again. At this point, I was out of fucking Time Crystals. So it's either I finally finished Lumera, she was on the ropes, I had a unit left to attack her, she could die easily. Fine. I could finish the map right there. Or, I do one more final fucking try and kill this thief. Now, I had Veil left with an Instruct. I instructed my units. That gave Citrine 84 hit. I had no time for this left, remember. So if Citrine misses this 84, and the thief kills her, I have to redo this whole fucking map, because I'm not letting a unit die. So it's +2 defense, with an 84% chance, or I kill Lumera and end the map. And you know what? Moment raised my fucking bitch. Thank God Lumera is not that hard to beat. And you get the Vilgaunts, or whatever its name, Alira's 1-2 range sword, which, honestly, Alira still kind of sucks. I'll be honest, real quick, I did my best starting at chapter, like, 18 or something, to training up Alira in the arena and give her all I could to make her not shit. Alira's so fucking bad, dude. I'm sorry, they're so fucking bad. Anyway, rest in peace, Lumera turned into Stardust, I guess.
It's fate.
May we all be protected. Allow your soul the rest it deserves. May we all be protected.
Don't break too easily. Looks like I broke them.
Fate has brought us here.
What have I... Time.
It's time for the final chapter. I raised the bond rank of as many emblems and their planned character to as 20 as possible. That way, they could have all the weapons they needed, all the stats, and all the skills. And I'll be honest, the first part of this map is piss fucking easy. You kill the melee enemies, then Sombron will approach you. He's a magic unit. Beat the shit out of him. Don't worry about your health, you'll be healed in between the first part and the second part. And the second part is where Sombron transforms into his fuck you dragon form. He also now summons Dark Emblems. The Dark Emblems? What are Dark Emblems? Well, Dark Emblems correspond to all of the main emblems' final bosses. Marth, Medius, Celica Duma, Sigurd Loptuus, Leif Feld, Roy Idun, Lynn Nurgle, Erica Fomortis, Ike, Ashnard, Micaiah, Ashera, Lucina, Grima, Corin, Anankos, and the Gave Byleth Nemesis. The reason for this is because when you attack a Dark Emblem, with the unit that is synced to their corresponding character, they do effective damage. So whoever's synced to Marth will do effective damage against Medius. Great. In theory, this is an amazing mechanic, and in practice, it works for the most part. The issue is that not all your units are going to be combat units. And there are enough slots to where you are going to have to use some bond rings, unless you have DLC emblems, because not every character there aren't enough emblems for every character. But even then, a lot of your units aren't going to be strong enough to attack the Dark Emblems. Does that matter? No, they don't need the effective damage. You can still kill the Dark Emblems without it. The actual issue, and I'm going to put this on screen for you, this is what I wrote in my fucking notes, is that the Dark Emblems spawn reinforcements. If it was only them, it'd be fine, because each of them spawns 2. So sure, you're going to have 8 reinforcements every turn. Maybe not every turn, whatever. Don't have to know what's spawn reinforcements. Empty sigils will spawn reinforcements. Flyers will come in from the left, the top, the right. And this will happen almost every fucking turn. You can only kill so many units a turn. And when the Dark Emblems are spawning maybe 8 to give or take, depends if how many you've killed. And then there are 3 flyers coming from every side. And empty sigils have a chance at spawning reinforcements. If you try to kill all the Dark Emblems, you'll be overrun with reinforcements. And the Dark Emblems only spawn 4 at once. Luckily there are 12 emblems, not counting Alir, so it's 4 then 4 then 4. I'll be honest with you, I never got past Corns. That's as far as I got. And sure, that's the final 2, Corn and Byleth. Never got past them. Does that mean I didn't beat the game? No. But I need to show you my fucking pain. Thieves spawn from the bottom. 2 thieves. 45, 50 speed, you can't double them. They have S-rank daggers, or silver. Halberdiers, swordmasters will spawn. You can't double those. They're gonna beat the shit out of you. The flyers, you have 50 hit max unless you debuff them with Draconic Hex. And there's 3 every turn. And you can't reach them because they're flying in the air. Like one does, you know? So only your flyers can get to them. Are your flyers gonna be able to hit them? No. Some of the reinforcements aren't bad. There's some calves that are pretty easy. There's some warriors are pretty easy. The warriors might one-shot you. That's fine, because you just avoid, they have low hit, and you easily double them. Not all the reinforcements are that bad. You know what it is? 18 monks that all chain guard each other. 4 wolf knights. 2 thieves. Reinforcements will spawn every fucking where on the map. And they will overrun you. It is not possible to kill all the reinforcements. Because most of your units can't solo kill an enemy. At TA was one of my few units that could single-handedly kill an enemy, and most of the time it was only because she got a crit. She had 30 crit base on her silver bow. That was the only way she killed enemies, usually, all by herself. And with Citadel, sure, she kills 2 a turn. You know how many reinforcements spawn every turn? Like 12. I had about 5 failed attempts. Guess what? You gotta do part 1 again. Nice 3 minutes off my life every time I fail. Fine, it's not that bad. Do you have to do it make me mad? Yeah. Then I have to go and then play this. Ooh. I was getting very, very fucking heated. This took me 3 or 4 days to do. I was getting that mad I had to stop playing after some time because it was getting that angry. Because the only way that they could find to create difficulty in this game was spawning more reinforcements than you have fucking units. And not only that, if too many of your units are engaged, Samurai will disengage them. Not the worst thing, but if you need that engaged, like if you're using Micaiah to block off and silence enemies or freeze them, that's gone. Or he'll just Howling Beam, and if you're grouped up too much, he'll send a Howling Beam, and not only will he spawn Miasma for a turn, he'll fuck up a lot of your units because it's 30 base magic damage. Or physical, I don't even know what the fuck it does. I was too angry. Not only do you have flyers coming from every direction that you cannot hit because they have way too much avoid, healers that are constantly healing any enemy you don't kill, and even Sombron sometimes, 20 plus reinforcements that are constantly tailing you. It's just not possible to beat this map the way that they intended. You cannot kill all the Dark Emblems. I'm sure somebody can fucking do it. You know? Either I didn't have my units set up enough, I wasn't using the right units, my strategies weren't good enough, I didn't try hard enough, whatever. I'm sure it's possible somehow. There's very few things in Fire Emblem that are impossible. I'm just mad. And I know I'm a little bitch. Whatever. But holy shit, was this fucking terrible. So you know what I did? I didn't play the map. That's a lie. I did play the map. But I didn't play it like intended. My units are pretty good. Not good enough to kill maybe, 20, 30 reinforcements every turn. They're pretty good. Why not just beat the shit out of them? Sombron has a barrier. And the reason why you want to kill Dark Emblems is because every time you kill 4 of them, the barrier will break. You do a little damage to him, he'll spawn it back, spawn more emblems. You kill all 12 Dark Emblems, the barrier's gone. You can kill him finally. But this barrier doesn't nullify damage. It halves it. And chain attacks only have 30% accuracy. But what I heard there is that it doesn't nullify damage. It halves it. And you know what? First try. Here's what happened. I did switch Micaiah to Hortensia. Originally I had Micaiah on Jade, but I really liked Hortensia being able to freeze 5 enemies at once. Cool. I also did switch Madeline to Hector. Originally I had Madeline Ike. That was not really helping because she couldn't fucking hit anything. And switching her to Hector didn't help that much, honestly. I could have kept her on Ike. It didn't really matter. But it was something... I was desperate, dude. I was fucking desperate. And I did kill some of the Dark Emblems because I didn't want them constantly spawning reinforcements on me. Turn 1, very easy to kill Medius and Loctuous. Lapis took out 1 health bar of Medius immediately. Yunaka took out 1 health bar of Loctuous immediately. Just use another unit and they're dead. And then I used Warp to warp Ivy, who had Celica, up to Duma. Duma is an armor knight. Ivy is a magic unit. Ivy is an effective magic unit. That doesn't spell well for Duma. And he can't spawn reinforcements fast enough because she's in the air where they can't reach. So it took her 2 turns, she killed him immediately. That's 3 emblems down. The only emblem spawning reinforcements now is Veld, and he spawns warriors. They don't have the best hit. They will one-shot some of my units, and it did happen to Veil, like I think once or twice. Maybe it did Citrine, whatever. It was fine, because he's spawning reinforcements and they're not that bad. They're pretty easy to kill. The Flyers were coming. They weren't coming from the left. They're coming from the top and the right, but not in a fast enough speed. And especially when I had Etier, with Seedall, to kill 2 of them every turn. Because the ones from the top needed a few turns to get to me, and the ones from the right, only one of them could fight me immediately. So once I took out the 3 Dark Emblems, and the initial units that were on the map, I beat the shit out of that motherfucker. It took me a few turns, don't get me wrong. He has 4 health bars, 400, 500 health maybe, whatever. I deal half damage. The only people that can damage him pretty well are Etier, Madeline, Mauvier. Surprisingly, Ivy and Citrine could do it. I don't know why, but they could. I used a Lyran Corrin to Draconic Hex him. Sadly, Veil couldn't hit him, which didn't really matter because I was using her to Draconic Hex other enemies anyway. But Draconic Hex and just wailing on this motherfucker. Etier with her crits. Madeline with her high damage. Mauvier with momentum. Dude, don't play this map. Don't play this map like they intend. If you're on Maddening, spare yourself. I'm sure you could do it. Again, I'm sure it's possible, and I just couldn't because whatever. You know, either I didn't prepare well enough, my unit, I should have used different units, whatever. I don't care. I found a strategy that worked. I beat the game. And that's how I fucking beat Fire Emblem Engage without playing the final map like it was intended. I really enjoyed this playthrough of Engage. I've always wanted to return to the game, like I said in the beginning, and playing it this way was honestly very fun. When I first played Engage, I was horrible at it. Seeing all these strategies come together and using the units and the emblems the right way was so much fun. Aside from the final map that pissed me off to all hell and back, this was a very, very fun game to play. I don't care. I like them. I didn't mention it too, but I did end up marrying Nell. I liked her support the best. I was either her or Madeline. I've already married Etier and Yunaka, so they were out of contention, but I liked her ending the best and her support. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. You know, whatever all the things YouTubers say. Like, favorite, comment, download. Put in a video response. Did you know that used to be a thing on YouTube? You could put in video responses. Can't do that anymore. I wonder why. Wow. This is a shift for me. I wanted to create more videos like this that are playthroughs, either completing games, doing hard challenges, more guided commentary like this, more heavy on the editing. I like this direction better than what I was doing before. And so I'm going to keep doing this, and I already have the next game I'm going to do picked out. And it's not Fire Emblem, surprisingly. Though, when Fortune's Wheels come out, you better believe I'm going to be on that shit. You better fucking believe.
I could have been that person. Or Vale. Or our siblings. Why didn't you let us? Why choose to start these wars?
I need no connections. Not in your world.
Even at the end, you don't want to be a father to us.
Very well. You'll only be the Fell Dragon. An evil that we slayed. That's how we'll remember you.
Do as you please. I have been alone for all. I do not need mercy or pity. I will fade in this place, apart from the one I yearn to see.
Do you remember the invocation?
What?
The invocation for the Emblem of Foundations.
I have tried. Again and again, I said the words. It was no use.
Still, it couldn't hurt to try.
One last time.
All right. Burn. Burn us, emblem of foundations. Oh, this light. Oh, at last we meet again. You and I. Let us be on our way once more.